and official report. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Friday, 30th July 2021. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Sorry, page 7.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry to take you back to page 6, where I was marked absent on Friday. I came.
Yes, I was trying to locate your number. It's item 4, number 10. Yes, table office, kindly take note. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, page 8, item 8. The Honourable Member for Asekuma Odobin Brakwa. There should be a comma after Brakwa before Al-Hassan coming up.
So your concern is about the punctuation. All right. Thank you, Honourable Member. You will take note. Page 9. Yes, please.
Please, page 9, item 10I. There should be a comma after December. II. There should be S after departments, so ministry departments.
Yes.
Then IV. Sorry, then III. There should be either comma after December, then IV, comma after December. Thank you.
Table office, please take care of the punctuations. And for 10 II, departments, not departments. Page 10. Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, I want to seek your guidance on item 14, because we are made to understand that the various statement was not a debate, was not a motion. And I heard that it shouldn't be a debate by a statement. But if you look at item 14, it says debate on the motion. Comments and honorable members of the House took turns to make comments. So if there was not going to be a debate, then I'm thinking it should be the motion comments. And honorable members of the House took turns to make comments. Because if debate starts the sentence, it's called debate and comments. So I'm kind of confused.
Yes, Honorable Member, your observation is relevant, but on the issue of votes and proceedings, you realize that even today, the order paper still captures the item you are talking about as motion. And so what the minister did was to move the motion from the beginning, and at the end, he ended with "I beg to move." And so for the records, for votes and proceedings, they will have to capture that sense. And that is why when I took over, I commented on it, and that influenced the second part, which talks about comments from the submission of the majority leader and the rest of the members. It became clear that it shouldn't have been moved as a motion, but still on the order paper as motion. And so at the end of the day, we'll take the right decision, and then people will understand. But it still is a motion. The House has not taken any decision different from that, but at the end of the day, we'll ratify it. And so your comment is well noted. Page 11. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, page 11. The House was adjourned till Monday next week. The week is omitted. Next week at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Oh, Honourable Member, I think you didn't get the sense right. The House was adjourned till Monday next.
Yeah, okay. Monday next.
Yes.
Okay. Next.
Monday next. That is from the Friday, the next Monday. You know. Yes, Honourable Member.
This on the same adjournment, the first line, and at 38 minutes, not and at 38. So the A must be deleted. Thank you.
Yes, that's right. You delete the A. So it's and at 38 minutes after 2 o'clock. Table office, kindly take note. Page 12. Yes, Honourable Member.
This as punctuation.
Punctuation.
Wednesday, opening item 1. The committee met on Wednesday, 28. So it should be a comma after Wednesday. Thank you.
Noted. Yes. Honourable Ablakwa.
Yeah, great to Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, at page 12, item number 1IA. It should be the head of the National Cardiothoracic Center. National Cardiothoracic Center. So, national is omitted. That is the proper title of the center, consistent with what has been done at page 13, item number 3, VIII. So it should be the National Cardiothoracic Center for consistency. And
yes, table office, kindly take note. Is 1 Roman 1A. That's on the Kolibu Teaching Hospital. Yes, page 13. Page 14. Yes, Honourable Member.
Right Honourable Speaker, at page 13, this being a House of Records, we have consistently said that when we receive guests and they are indicating their name and roles they play with organizations, it's important to state their positions. We only have where they work, and that is it. But when you look at the parliamentary staff from XVIII, everybody's specific role is indicated. But above that, we just have radiology department, CSIR, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and no positions. We are not told who does what. It doesn't really help us as a House of Records. So if we can look at that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. The clerks to committees, please kindly take all these details, not where they come from, but also the positions they hold in those departments and agencies. It's necessary for our records. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 38th sitting of the second meeting of the first session held on Friday, 30th July 2021, as corrected, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Unless otherwise requested by leadership, I think we'll take item 5, which is urgent questions. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, if I may, I want to plead that we alter the business of the day to allow the papers listed to be presented to the House before we come to question time.
Majority Leader is requesting that we alter the business as arranged on the order paper and move to item 10, which is on the motion that was moved by the Minister for Finance to continue with the debate. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, my understanding as I walked in and listened to the Majority Leader is for us to have presentation of papers. So we go to commencement of public business, as you've rightly observed, which will be vary the order of business which rests in your bosom. Then we can come to the motion. But just to serve notice that every paper which is read the first time, I like to see the office of the President correspondence on them. Thank you.
Well, clearly the Majority Leader's submission was not audible. If that is the position, we'll go to page 3 of the order paper. At the commencement of public business, item 8, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented: 8A, by the Minister for Education, Speaker, if I may present the papers for the two ministers, Education and Defense. Education, and then subsequently for the Minister for, sorry, yes, Education. I think the Deputy Minister is living here for Defense, so I'll do so for Education. So you want to do it for and on behalf of the Minister? Of the Minister for Education. Yes, you may do so.
Chartered Institute of Bankers, Ghana Regulations 2021.
Honourable members, the regulations are presented accordingly and referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report to the House. Sorry, for Subsidiary Legislation Committee for consideration and report to the House. 8B by the Minister for Defense. The Deputy Minister for Defense is here. You so permit him to present the paper on behalf of his minister. Yes.
Speaker, we have no objection, but the leader of government business, for instance, you just laid a paper for the Minister of Education. If the minister is not even here, he has several deputies. So we are not going to encourage that culture of it standing in. No, I say I have no objection. But I'm saying, are you in charge? Okay, and I've agreed to the application. I've agreed to the application. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That is a conversation between leaders. We haven't taken note of it. So let's proceed. Clearly, he didn't hear what I said. I submitted an application on behalf of the Deputy Minister. Which he had no objection. Yes, he was saying that he has several deputies, so a deputy should come and read the paper. But the application was that the deputy should present the paper on behalf of the minister. So I say it's a conversation between leaders. So we will not take note of it. We will permit the laying of the paper by the majority leader and leader of government business. That is 8B.
Performance sales and purchase agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, Rosewood Shoddy Airspace AS of the Czech Republic for an amount of 111,393,400 euros for the supply of 6 L-39 next generation aircrafts and the provision of support in terms of products, services, and ground-based training system associated with the aircraft operation for the Ghana Armed Forces.
Honourable members, the performance sales and purchase agreement has been laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Defense for consideration and report to the House. Item 8C by the Minister for Energy. I saw the Minister, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'll first want to make a correction. I have in my hand the cabinet memo, which
You want to make correction on what?
An amendment on an insert IV, which was omitted.
Yes.
Yes.
Please, you can make the correction before laying. Yes.
IV should read provision of a loan not exceeding 1.65 billion to finance the acquisition at a price to be negotiated, which might not exceed 1.3, and GMPC's local share of the capital expenditure capers to Pecan Phase 1 first volume of 350. Mr. Speaker. So that is here, but it was omitted. It has been said. Because the Speaker.
It has to be substituted.
Yes. Inclusive.
For
IV.
D,
IV. Roman number 1, Roman number 2, Roman 3, Roman number 4.
yes,
Mr. Speaker.
they had to be substituted for
D.
For D.
Yes.
And so what you're going to lay now is 8D instead of 8C.
8C, 1, 2, 3. This will be the fourth one.
Yes, please.
Now, Speaker, my suggestion to the minister is that be methodical. Let's go with CI, then CII. Then when we get to where you want to make that amendment, you do. We will follow the reading from table to appreciate what is being laid and its accompanying cabinet or presidential referral to Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, let's start from the 8C Roman 1. When we get to the 8D, then you can make the necessary corrections. So now we are at 8C Roman 1 by the Minister for Energy.
Acquisition by Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, through GNPC Exploration and Production Company Limited, GNPC Exploroco, of 37% interest in Deepwater Tunnel Cape 3 Points, DVT/CTP, operated by Aker Energy Ghana Limited, and 70% stake in the South Deepwater Tunnel, SDWD, operated by AGM Petroleum Ghana Limited.
Honorable members, the paper has been laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Mines and Energy for consideration. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I want to make a request if the Leader of Government Business has no objection, given the weight of the numbers we are reading, that this be referred to the Joint Committee of Mines and Energy and Finance, so that because there are financial implications in all those matters. If there is no objection.
Leader of Government Business, any objection? Joint Committee, Mines and Energy and Finance.
Speaker, in respect of 1 and 2, I thought that the energy would have the remit to consider Roman numbers 1 and 2. I agree that in respect of 3, that is request for mandate for the Minister of Energy and the Minister for Finance to agree on a purchase price, that definitely would call into question the services of the Finance Committee. But maybe because the whole thing is intertwined, it's one and the same consideration, we may perhaps begin to have them. But indeed, the first two, the Finance Committee doesn't have any burden. However, the Speaker is one and the same thing. So if to involve the leadership of the Finance Committee at the very outset, fair and fine.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I will still urge my colleague that, you see, I don't want to, I'm reading C up to even D, and there are major financial issues. 37% interest. What does that represent? Will be more a financial matter than just a matter for a Committee on Mines and Energy. When you come further, there will be questions as to valuation of the interest. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that to allow for a more thorough scrutiny, and the figures involved, even though the minister has already indicated that he will change 1.65 billion. 1.65 billion, you say is not a loan, but huge, huge. We have to take a decision on 1.65 billion, even if it is not a loan. So, Mr. Speaker, I still urge my colleague that he should let it go to the Joint Committee of Finance and Mines and Energy. Thank you.
Well, yes, Majority Leader.
I think that was what I settled on. I said that in respect of Roman numbers 1 and 2, technically is not essential for the Finance Committee to be involved. However, 3, which is also related to the same thing, would require the services of Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, I believe that there's no harm in involving the Finance Committee from the very outset. There shouldn't be any harm. So,
well, honorable members,
the Joint Committee.
The paper is accordingly referred to the Joint Committees of Mines and Energy and Finance for consideration and report to the House. Item 8C, Roman 2, by the Minister for Energy.
Request for the establishment of a joint operating company among GNPC Explorco, Aka Energy Ghana Limited, and AGM Petroleum Ghana Limited.
Honorable members, the request is also referred to the Joint Committees of Mines and Energy and Finance for consideration and report to the House. Item 8C, Roman 3, Minister for Energy.
Request for mandates for the Minister for Energy and the Minister for Finance to agree on a purchase price with Aka Energy Ghana Limited and AGM Petroleum Ghana Limited.
Again, the request is also referred to the Joint Committee of Mines and Energy and Finance for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, you are advised to amend on the order paper the 8D to read 8 Roman 4. 8 Roman 4 by the Minister for Energy, and you now give us a correct rendition which will be read by the table office. Yes, please.
Provision of a loan not exceeding 1.65 billion to finance the acquisition at a price to be negotiated which might not exceed $1.3 billion and GNPC Explorco share of capital expenditure capex to Pecan Phase 1 first oil of $350 million United States dollars.
Honorable members, the loan has been referred to the Joint Committee of Mines and Energy and Finance for consideration and report to the House. The right rendition of this loan can be found in tomorrow's votes and proceedings. So to get the correct rendition, you can get it in tomorrow's votes and proceedings as read by the table office. Honorable members, we move to, yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, just I know you have made a referral appropriate to the joint committees, but I noticed that in respect of CII, we are giving a mandate to the Minister for Finance and Minister for Energy, CIII. I want to believe that whatever mandate they are executing will be subject to a final decision of this House for and on behalf of the people of Ghana. That they are not just walking away with a mandate, but whatever they go and negotiate, because we would have expected that these agreements would have been preceded by a conclusive discussion on them. So I need that assurance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, exactly what they are here for. Yes, but Minister for Energy, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, precisely so. We are not hiding anything from Parliament. Actually,
This is introducing Parliament into it even before we start. That the mandate to go and carry on that duty is the mandate of the Sovereign Republic of Ghana's Parliament. So that where we get, we have to come back to finalize it. So that is the whole point.
Yes, that's my understanding. The request is being made to the House is for us to give the mandate to the Minister for Energy and the Minister for Finance to agree on the purchase price. So the report will definitely give us more details for the House to give them the mandate. We can decide not to give them the mandate. That definitely is within our authority and power. But I don't think there's any problem with this. Can we move now to 8? Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly agree with you on that. Except, my little worry is, really, what they are going to do is going to lead to a situation where they will come with a request for us to allow them to take some amount from the nation's kitty, the consolidated fund, to pay. Right? Now, when it comes to that much, Parliament will be required to agree by a resolution, and that will be in tandem with Article 181. So really, the mandate, I'm not even too sure that it was required of anybody to come to Parliament to seek a mandate. What is required is, as provided in Article 181, that Parliament may, by a resolution supported by the votes of the majority of all the members of Parliament, authorize government to enter into an agreement for the granting of a loan out of any public fund or public account. They are required to come here.
Yes.
To come here, and that will be supported by a resolution of this House, supported by the majority of members in this House. But to inform us that I'm coming to look for a mandate to go and negotiate, really. But, Mr. Speaker, the House has approved of that. Eventually, you have to come to the House for us to approve by resolution what amount you want to take from the national kitty. Thank you.
Well, the ministry is simply becoming more open and transparent. They want first the mandate to be given by the House. What they are going to is a negotiation. After they've negotiated and come to some agreement, they come back to the House for the resolution. And so it's in order. They could have done it without coming to the House for this mandate. But once they are here, we'll consider it and give them the mandate. 8. Item 8D. Honorable members, the E will now become D. Item 8D by the chairman of the committee. Honorable members, I don't think this report is ready. It's not yet ready. I am told the committee was to meet today to finalize it, but because of other commitments, the committee has not been able to meet. And so we will not take 8D, which is numbered as 8E on the order paper. We'll move to 8F, which will now be 8E at page 5 of the order paper by the chairman of the committee.
Reports of the Joint Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defense and Interior on the Memorandum of Understanding between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, and the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Commission, relating to the establishment of the National Early Warning and Response Mechanism Center in Accra, Ghana.
Honorable members, the report has been presented accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. We move to E. Roman 2, same by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Joint Committee on Defense and Interior and Foreign Affairs on the National Center for the Coordination of Early Warning and Response Mechanism Bill 2021.
Honourable members, the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. Can we now move to item 10 on the order paper? Motion. We go with the continuation of the debate on the motion that was moved by the Minister for Finance on the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana. I have two lists. The leadership has increased the numbers. I was told that it's 4 from each side of the House. It's now been increased to 5. Is that the position?
The Speaker, it's just a provision. We wrote Honorable Erikopokun, even as I speak, he has not come. He has just informed that instead of him, we should replace him with his deputy ranking. 4. That's why we made it 5, so that should one be unable to come, then you can.
So, instead of Honorable Erikopoku, Honorable Akando. No, I want to get the numbers first from your side. I have Honorable Kobina Minta Akando, Honorable Opoku Eric, Honorable Ricketts Hagen Kweku, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, and Honorable Alhassan Bashir Al-Hassan. That is a 5.
The Speaker, you cancel Honorable Erikopokun so that it will be 4.
I should cancel
Honorable Erikopokun.
Now, the majority side, I have Honorable John Kuma, Honorable Stephen Amwa, Honorable Sheila Battels, Honorable Dr. Nyako, and Honorable Dr. Mafu. That's 5. In this situation, who do I eliminate?
Mr. Speaker, I'll add you the 5th name as the debate or comment progresses. I'm just going to consult. So it will be the 5-5.
You see 5-5.
Tomorrow the leaders will conclude.
10 minutes each. 10 minutes each. That was the earlier decision. Yes, Majority Leader.
The Speaker, I was just going to say that you add the time so people know. I'm happy with giving the time. But Mr. Speaker, you see, on the day after the presentation of the mid-year review, I said to my brother that the minority is not ready. Today they keep changing their numbers. 4. We'll try to do 5. 4. They're not ready. And the number is provisional.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I don't intend to respond to the leader of government business.
And so we can go on since you don't intend to respond.
Right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that day, if you listen to me well, I said that the tie, you see, when you are dancing, you dance lightly with your leg mostly, cultural dance. And I said that dance which enters the next day, the tie is always not in a haste to start it. I told him so. So, if you accommodate the 4 and 5.
We are extending it to 3 days instead of the 1 day.
I should learn from ABF Hussein. Thank you.
Yes, so honorable members, we'll start with the minority side and we'll start with Honorable Kwabena Menta Akando. Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes. Sorry.
Okay. The first day we started from the Honorable Atufosin and ended there. Today we should start from there and end here.
But if we ended at the other side, it means the starting will be from the other side. And from your guidance, Honorable Akando is the next person to comment. So, Honorable, you may go on. I know you are fired up and ready.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I will want to draw your attention to the fact that the majority leader on Thursday drew the House attention to the fact that we may comment and not debate because the minister doesn't need the approval of the House. But Mr. Speaker, although the minister is not seeking for additional money, but there are some adjustments in the mid-year review budget. And therefore, I need your guidance on this issue. Mr. Speaker, I can give you examples on that particular matter. So, if you may direct me accordingly. What's the difference?
Well, if the adjustments are not going to affect the total figure that we approved in the budget, then there will be no need for us to talk about approval or to debate it. But you can make comments on it.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, I am most grateful for the opportunity to comment on motion 10 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I may refer you to paragraph 982 of the 2021 budget, the main budget. Mr. Speaker, at that particular paragraph, it was stated among other things.
You say of the main budget? Of
the main budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. It was stated, Mr. Speaker, among other things, that government has awarded, that is under Agenda 111, the government has awarded 101 district hospitals on contract in the main budget. Mr. Speaker, 101 district hospitals, 101 that has been awarded, and then seven regional hospitals and one psychiatric hospital. Mr. Speaker, in the mid-year review budget, at paragraph 400 and 401, we are now talking about architectural and engineer designs, an objective to even recruit local consultants. Mr. Speaker, when in the main budget, government was telling us that they have already awarded contracts, they are now talking about pre-contract works in the mid-year review budget, and that in the main budget, they said implementation was going to continue in paragraph 800 and 982 in the main budget, and paragraph 400 and 401 in the mid-year review budget. Mr. Speaker, which is which? Mr. Speaker, as leaders of this country, we owe it as a responsibility to be candid to the good people of this country. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly inconsistent with the main budget that was submitted. If by 29th of July, we were still talking about pre-contract works, when are we going to get the Agenda 111 delivered? When? What happened to 101 hospitals that they said they had awarded? They have misled them. Mr. Speaker, this, I don't know whether this is another political gimmickry. Just like the president did last year when he said he was going to build 88 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, again, there's another development that is very, very bad if we allow it to stand. Mr. Speaker, this government, every government, when you want to embark on health infrastructure, the ministry responsible for health infrastructure in this country is the Ministry for Health. Mr. Speaker, under this government, another unnecessary bureaucratic scheme has been put in place, calling people coordinators of Agenda 111, giving them long cruises, and using the taxpayers' money to finance this thing. Mr. Speaker, is that the case that the president or the government has no interest or confidence in the Ministry of Health? Mr. Speaker, I think that as a matter of urgency as a House, we don't have to allow this particular thing to stand. When not a single block has even been laid, then we are spending the taxpayers' money on another job for the boys. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 96 of the mid-year review budget, you will realize that an amount that was located for Agenda 111 in the main budget was about 1.476 billion. Mr. Speaker, it's been reduced to 779 million. Almost 700 million has been wiped away. Mr. Speaker, how many hospitals can 779 million build in this country? We are in this house and we have approved district hospitals, and it ranges between 120 million to 150 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, so if you have 779 million and you are talking about 111 hospitals, why are we going to get the money? Because their own budget doesn't support the argument. Mr. Speaker, in this country, this is the government. Mr. Speaker, in this country, there is only one government that.
On our paper, member, are you on the point of order?
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker. My colleague just said the government awarded a project for 111 million Ghana cedi. Can you tell us which hospital was awarded by the government for 111 million Ghana cedis? Can you tell us?
No, I didn't hear him say.
Yes, he said he completed.
Wait, Honourable member, wait. I heard him say, in this house, we have approved contracts awarded by the government for 120 million and 150 million. The 111 is referring to the number of hospitals, but not the cost of the construction of the hospitals. So maybe rephrase your objection.
Right, Honourable Speaker, he's saying that the government has awarded one district hospital for 120 million Ghana cedi. I'm saying he should mention the hospitals that have been awarded, that because his point is that the 700 million Ghana cedi can't build 111 hospitals because the government have awarded one for 120 million. So I want him to tell us the hospitals that have been awarded for 120 million Ghana cedi.
Yeah. Actually, it's not a point of order. But, Honourable Member, you may draw his attention to which contract hospital. I think you are talking about district hospitals that has been awarded by this government, costing 120 million or 150 million.
Mr. Speaker, a typical example is the Shama District Hospital. So, the house.
You said Shama Hospital?
Shama District Hospital.
Shama District Hospital?
Yes. Shama.
Yes, Shama.
Yes.
It was awarded for how much?
32 million euros.
32?
2 million euros, yes.
Million euro?
Euros.
Hey, that's a lot of money. 32 million euro.
Yes.
At that time, exchange rate will work up to how much? Well, honourable members, I think the point you just wanted to make is that the amount that is being approved, which is 779 million, will not suffice for the construction of 111 hospitals. But don't forget, the construction is in phases, and not all the 111 will be completed within a year. So there will be other budgets that will follow after that. So this is phase one.
Mr. Speaker.
That's why your colleague, even though he's by you, he has raised a strong objection because he disagrees with this, your comment, vehemently. Being a consultant, technical person, he couldn't just hold his emotions. So please, you are guided.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is even the most dangerous precedent we should not encourage in this house at all. That, Mr. Speaker, we start projects without funds. If we think that the 779 million can do for 5 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, let's say so. Not to go and scratch on the surface of the earth and say we are building and we leave it for another year or another 2 years. Mr. Speaker, we must be ready before we start such projects. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it is even more dangerous to go by that assertion. Mr. Speaker, again, in this country, the only government that has been in power for 4 years without starting, continuing, completing, and operationalizing a single hospital is Nana Drankwakufado's led government. It has never happened before in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, even the hospitals that they inherited have still been abandoned. The Kumaru one, the Afori one, the Serua one, the Abetifi one, they have still not been completed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, if you go to paragraph 383 of the mid-year review budget, it talks about testing. Mr. Speaker, we know we are in the era of COVID, and therefore I agree that testing is one of the major activities in the fight against COVID. Mr. Speaker, I agree that testing is a major activity in the fight against COVID. Mr. Speaker, the reality of the matter is that we are not doing mass testing. Mr. Speaker, I know patients who contracted the virus and nobody followed up to people he contacted or he has come to contact with. It was those patients who had to do their own arrangement to test their relatives, and they paid money. Mr. Speaker, this brings to mind what is happening at the Kotoka International Airport at the moment. Mr. Speaker, very, very important. It's of public interest. Mr. Speaker, before you arrive at Kotoka International Airport, you are expected to produce PCR test, which should be negative. Mr. Speaker, you arrive and then you do an antigen test. And Mr. Speaker, note that the PCR test is superior to the antigen test. And so, if people arrive and then they test positive to the antigen test, they must be given the opportunity for a second independent opinion on their COVID status. Mr. Speaker, this is not too difficult to ask. And therefore, I expect, with immediate effect, that the ministers responsible for the airport and then health must put their heads together to find a measure so that they can have the second opinion on their COVID status. Mr. Speaker, they can easily transport them from the airport to Nuguchi to verify with the same samples whether or not they are positive. Mr. Speaker, again, on vaccination, Mr. Speaker, clearly we have failed as a country on vaccination. Because per their own plan, we should have vaccinated more than 10 million people by now. But Mr. Speaker, we have barely done 1 million people. And when the president was talking about deployment of vaccines in this country since last year, in December last year, in January this year, in February this year, and all that, Mr. Speaker, there was no pragmatic steps in place to procure procurement from anywhere, vaccines from anywhere. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you now, the ordinary Ghanaian do not know when he or she will even be vaccinated. Meanwhile, we are not out of COVID yet. Mr. Speaker, may I also refer you to page 98. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 98 of the mid-year review budget, you realize that we have spent, as a country, about 19 billion Ghana cedis on COVID. Mr. Speaker, we have spent 19 billion Ghana cedis on COVID without establishing a single laboratory at any of our entry points. Mr. Speaker, we have spent 19 billion and we are still owing frontline health workers. Mr. Speaker, we have spent 19 billion and we still have issues of irregular supply of oxygen at the various hospitals. Mr. Speaker, we have spent 19 billion and we cannot show for a single hospital in this country. Mr. Speaker, we should not allow this to stand. Mr. Speaker, I am calling on the House to institute investigation into this expenditure, a probe into this expenditure. Mr. Speaker, let me read through some of the items for your attention. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 98, we have support to household. And we have spent about 1.7 billion support to households. Mr. Speaker, we have health response, supplies, equipment, and relief for health workers. We have spent about 1.522 billion on it. Mr. Speaker, health infrastructure, 600 million. Which health infrastructure are they talking about? Which health infrastructure in this country are they talking about? Mr. Speaker, we go to security operations, we have spent about 1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, economic relief, we have spent about 5.522 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you may help me, what is the difference between support to household and economic relief? What's the difference? You have allocated about 1.7 to support to household and 5.5 billion to economic relief. Mr. Speaker, again, COVID-19 supplementary relief, 600 million. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear attempt to conceal vital information from the House and by extension the good people of this country. Mr. Speaker, we need details of this expenditure. We need details of this expenditure, what goes under each heading, and therefore we cannot allow this to stand in this particular House. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, again, we have, if you go to page 101, the minister.
Just a minute. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague started 15 minutes ago. Kwame Abuja interrupted him, and then the time was stopped.
My debate timer is here before me. As at now, he has spoken for 11 minutes, 57 seconds. But because of the earlier interventions, that is why, please, I'm checking whether it stopped or not. I'm checking. Please, I'm checking. So it's not 15 minutes. Please. It will be difficult for me sitting here as your father to disown you. But please, I'm on top. Don't worry.
Let's get from the Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, our minister responsible for finance, Mr. Speaker, is a threat to our economy. Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I say so because, Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 101, the man has made payment of 16 million Ghana cedis to procure vaccines outside this country. Mr. Speaker, without insisting on the required procedure.
Yes, please, just a minute. Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I think you made a referral to a special committee investigating this matter. This is a prejudicial statement from a member of that committee, and he must recuse himself from that committee before the report comes to this House. It's a prejudicial statement from a whole member of that committee that you set up. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've seen the report. It's a very dangerous comment from him, coming from a ranking member on health and a vice chair of the committee that you have set up to investigate the matter and report to this House. To make comment on the Minister of Finance's statement, he's bringing his views on that committee to the floor, which is very dangerous, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I thought your point of order was on his reference to the Honorable Minister as that man. I thought you were going to raise objection on that. You are rather talking about him calling on the House to set up the committee and where he's put across his own views. And you said because he's put across his own views, they are prejudicial and he should recuse himself from the committee. I don't see this as a right point of order.
A matter as serious as the procurement of vaccines, which has become so topical, and Ghanaians are waiting for the outcome of that investigation. For a vice chair of that committee to say that prior to the production of the report of the committee, to make that comment that the minister did not follow the right procedures, which is a subject matter of investigation by the committee. That is my point, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see that as being prejudicial because those are his views. His views may form part of the report, but we deal with the decision of the committee, not individual views or comments. It's a decision of the committee that carries weight on the floor. And so an individual comment cannot be prejudicial to the report of the committee. You are entitled to, but please, your last sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, the minister
I didn't say concluding. I said your last sentence.
The minister has blamed almost everything, the economic moves, on COVID. Mr. Speaker, the figures and the facts do not support so. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the growth of this economy.
Honourable members, we now move to the majority side and listen to Honourable John Kuma make his comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the mid-year budget. This mid-year budget is one of the refreshing financial statements that we have had in the year. It came without asking for supplementary budget. And it's a clear signal that the government is committed to its fiscal discipline and to ensure fiscal consolidation. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, in spite of the COVID, which is still ravaging, the first quarter of the year had a positive growth of about 3.1%. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has also indicated that the fiscal deficit of 9.5% will also be achieved within the year. And I think it's in respect of this that no extra expenditures were requested as part of the mid-year review. The good news is also that at the moment, Ghana has achieved about 5% of import cover with about $11 billion in our bank reserves and a single-digit inflation as we speak today. It shows to a more recovering economy and a stable economic outlook. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the main focus of this mid-year budget review was on the youth agenda and job creation for young people in our country. And so the minister has spoken about how in the next medium term, Ghana is going to create about 1 million jobs, not only in the public sector, but also in the private sector. And government is going to do that through a number of interventions. Already, because we are already out of the IMF program, government has started giving financial clearance to several agencies and institutions of government to start recruitment. Mr. Speaker, the focus is also on the NABCO trainees to be given the right of choice in all government vacant spaces, and also to empower the private sector to create more jobs through entrepreneurship and capacity building programs. Government is introducing what we call the U-Bank product. Mr. Chairman, is going to be a new product sitting in the existing commercial banks, but it's going to allow many young people with great...
Honourable Member, I'm Speaker, not Chairman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, respectfully. Mr. Speaker, I meant to say Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am sorry about that. The U-Bank product is going to sit with the existing banks, but it's going to enable young people with great business ideas to walk to any of these banks under flexible terms of repayment with no collateral, so that they can receive financing arrangement for the scale-up of their businesses. And government strongly believes that this is going to help create jobs in the private sector for many young people. There's also going to be an interministerial job creation committee, which the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Labour and Employment, the Ministry of Lands and Forestry the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. The Ministry for Lands and Industry is coming with a special program called the Alternative Livelihood Support for Galamseyers. Mr. Speaker, that program alone is targeting about 500,000 young people in this country. And in the medium term, that plus many other interventions like the special flagship programs of the government will help to achieve the 1 million jobs that government intends to create. Mr. Speaker, when you look at paragraphs 278 of the mid-year budget review, we are talking about GIF, the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund. Mr. Speaker, many people have expressed concern about infrastructure development in our budget because they don't see specific allocations on infrastructure development. The tool for infrastructure development going forward is going to be the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund, where government is targeting to leverage the GIF to raise more funding in the private sector through the PPP arrangement so that government can build more roads, complete the railways, and do other infrastructure in the country. And then also the Agenda 111. The Agenda 111 will be pursued in terms of its payment through the GIF. And I'm happy that Mr. Speaker corrected the impression that was created by the Honorable Member Akando when he spoke about the Agenda 111. And as Mr. Speaker correctly put it, it's going to be in two phases. The phase one is what talks about the pre-contract works, and the phase two talks about the construction and execution stage. So what you talked about is not different from the agenda that government has set, and we believe that under the financing arrangement of the GIF, we will be able to pay for all the construction costs as aligned. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member spoke about vaccines. And I must indicate that Ghana is part of the global space for these vaccines. And we all know the global politics with vaccine today. Government has always been ready to acquire these vaccines, but it's a question of availability. Every country, as we speak today, has been struggling to acquire these vaccines. So it is not a question of government inability to pay for these vaccines. It is more to do with the lack of availability of these vaccines. That is the reason why government has not been able to achieve the herd immunity as previously arranged. But Mr. Speaker, we strongly believe, as outlined in the mid-year budget, we believe that from this month onwards, government will be in a position to acquire at least 17 million of these vaccines to be able to give to the population as programmed. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the National Cathedral, which was mentioned in the mid-year budget. Mr. Speaker, as part of our national heritage, the National Cathedral is going to play a critical role in our national development. And I am very happy that as we speak today, our Muslim brothers have given us a very monumental national mosque, which is adding to our national infrastructure. And I believe that with the pursuit of the National Cathedral, we are also going to have another monumental infrastructure for our country. And it is going to be done on voluntary basis. The request for individuals to support this program is voluntary. 100 cedis a month, you can start with 10 cedis a day or a week. You just have to contribute *979 to this fund, and you are going to help in the vision of establishing the National Cathedral, which we strongly believe is going to, in the end, bring lots of benefits to our nation. All the cost
that we will be incurring in this National Cathedral eventually can be recovered from the returns that will come from the usage of this National Cathedral. So I want to take this opportunity to encourage members of Parliament and to encourage all Ghanaians to accept the request of contributing to ensure that we achieve the vision of the National Cathedral. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Member. You are within the 10 minutes. It's now the turn of the Honourable Member for Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South, Honourable Ricketts Egan Kweku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the comment on the statement made by the Finance Minister on the mid-year review. Mr. Speaker, I would like to situate my comment on 3 critical areas that I believe, if care is not taken, the economy of this country could be heading to a very serious challenge. Mr. Speaker, this government has borrowed astronomically in the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, as of 2020, when the budget was read, we were told that the debt of Ghana, the public debt, is 291.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, in 6 months, just 6 months from that date, Ghana's debt has now gone up to 334 billion, which means that just in the last 6 months, the government has added over 40 billion to Ghana's debt. Mr. Speaker, this 40 billion, 30 billion of it relates to Eurobond borrowing. Mr. Speaker, the government came to this House to get an approval to borrow 5 billion for 2021. Mr. Speaker, in just the first 6 months of the year, they have borrowed all the 5 billion. Mr. Speaker, that 5 billion that they have borrowed amounts to 30 billion Ghana cedis. This is a borrowing bigger than all the Eurobond that was done under President Kufuor, under President Mills, and under President Mahama in 2016. Mr. Speaker, all of them combined, in fact, there was no Eurobond under President Mills. The total Eurobond from 2007, when the Eurobond started, to 2026, when the NDC government left office, 2016, when the NDC government left office, amount to 4.5 billion. In just 6 months of this year, this government have added that to 5 billion. Mr. Speaker, in fact, all the Eurobonds that we have done in this country since 2007 is equivalent to about 100 billion Ghana cedis. Out of that 100 billion cedis, this government in the last 5 years alone, at the end of that 100 billion, only 25 billion will go towards 2007 to 2016. If we don't take care, this country is going to get to the cliff. And all the things that they have, all this money, they basically have nothing to show for it. Mr. Speaker, they use the money to invest in planting for food and jobs. Yet, the crops that they have invested in, its contribution to GDP is actually going down. Mr. Speaker, they've done 1D, 1F. There is nothing to show for it. They claim 332 factories are in various stages, yet there is nothing to show for it. Mr. Speaker, the youth unemployment that they are now talking about, that they are going to be creating 1 million jobs on the youth unemployment. Mr. Speaker, in the last 5 years that the MPP government has been in office, they have done nothing much to contribute to youth unemployment. Mr. Speaker, I have this graph in my hand. This is the graph published by the International Labour Organization, Mr. Speaker, and I will table this when I finish making my point. And this is the youth unemployment graph from 1999 to 2019. Mr. Speaker, this is critical because it takes out 2020, which is supposed to be a pandemic year, and it tells you that unemployment rate actually was the lowest in the first, got to a very low point in the first term of President Kufuor. It started going up during the second term of President Kufuor, and it peaked under President Mahama in 2014-2015. Then, because of the policies by President Mahama and the NDC government, it started coming down. It got to 8.8, and then the NPP government came in 2017. Mr. Speaker, there has not been any change. This is what is called a flat curve. It's been stagnant. There has not been any change in job creation for the youth. Yet, they have taken so much borrowing to invest in so many flagship programs, yet the result is absolutely nothing. Mr. Speaker, to whom much is given, much is expected. Mr. Speaker, I then want to move on to the job creation issue that was raised in this particular media review. Mr. Speaker, in the budget of 2021, which was read in November, we were told that they were going to create jobs that will come out of it. It's 420,000. Mr. Speaker, with 100 billion. If you look at this pamphlet that they produced after the budget, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will read. It says, and this says here, this Mr. Speaker, is the Ghana Cares Obatanpa program. Will Ghana Care lead to job creation? This is the question they pose. And the answer they give here is that the program is targeted at creating 420,000 productive and decent jobs in a span of 3 years, 2021 to 2023. Today, Mr. Speaker, they are telling us that they are going to create 1 million jobs. Mr. Speaker, the question I want to ask, I want to know the realignment that they have done under this program. I want to know the reallocation that they have done on this program to give them the space to be able to create 1 million jobs. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. Mr. Speaker, sometimes they will tell you that debt doesn't matter. This is the same party. When they were in opposition, they were allergic to borrowing. Today, they are trigger happy, borrowing all over the place. Mr. Speaker, they say borrowing itself doesn't matter. Even Japan is 240 over the debt to GDP. United States is over 100%. Mr. Speaker, I want the government to understand that Ghana is not United States. Mr. Speaker, 75% of America's debt is owned by local participants of the United States. The 30%, that is for the 25% that is foreign, is by investors who actually export to the United States and use their proceeds to invest in the U.S. market in terms of buying bonds. In Ghana, is the reverse. Mr. Speaker, if you look at just our 2021-2020 debt, it says the debt is 291 billion, which means that 141 billion of it is external and 149 is domestic. In percentages, it translates at 49 and 51%. Mr. Speaker, but what this government failed to understand, that our external debt, which is owned by foreign investors, is not all the debt that foreign investors hold. Because our domestic debt, foreign investors participate in our domestic debt. There's a law for that. And apart, they participate direct or indirect. So actually, about 50% of our domestic debt is owned by foreign investors. When we add it to the 49%, it means that 75% of our debt is not controlled by us. Therefore, the more you add to it, the more problems that you are creating. Mr. Speaker, they said they are doing smart borrowing. They are borrowing to refinance existing debt, pushing the can down the road. Mr. Speaker, there used to be a game when we were killed called Chanskelly. Chanskelly, you have a mangled milk tin. You are supposed to throw it into a hole. If it doesn't, you don't succeed. Your colleagues will just kick you down the road. What they are basically doing is they are kicking our debt down the road.
Honorable Member, conclusion.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that basically this government has failed awfully to address the problems of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, we have been borrowing heavily. Mr. Speaker, we have not created any jobs. Mr. Speaker, fuel, utility, and all prices are going up. They have taken so much money, not a single hospital has been built. When you ask them, they tell you they have an Agenda 111. The Agenda 111 start date keeps changing. Mr. Speaker, if the elections were to be held today, honestly, I don't know what the MPP will be telling Ghanaians as their achievement. Because their transcripts on achievement is abysmal. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are suffering. And this government must wake up to do something and stop the talking. They should begin to walk the walk. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, we now listen to Honorable Stephen Amwa. Honorable Stephen Amwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, because of the Russian time resource, I would like to touch on a few things I deem extremely important. My minority friends have raised a number of issues or commented on some extracts from the media budget, particularly our debt portfolio as a country. Surprisingly, in terms of respective performances, in considering trend analysis or comparative analysis, at all times, they have performed worst in our history. Mr. Speaker, I just want to give the basis. Between the year 2000 and 2004, our debt portfolio was increased by 52.53%. From 2004 to 2008, 23.66%. 2008 to 2012, 286.96%. Between 2012 and 2016, 234.43%. Mr. Speaker, the 8-year period of MPP, first MPP, we increased our debt portfolio by just 46.98%. Just immediate past NDC's government 8 years, they increased it by 1,148%. Mr. Speaker, the most astonishing factor is that we are having issues or confronted with COVID economy that worldwide we know that in terms of trade activities, in terms of industrial activities, in terms of productivity, we are having issues, and therefore these are the key performance parameters of any GDP growth on the globe. Even with this outlier issue or situation, we have performed far better than them. Mr. Speaker, even when they are their own document, this is the press release that they did after engaging the public. They quoted 2020, our debt portfolio getting to 291,614 million, percentage of 142.22%. Even that one is better than their two regimes. So I'm so surprised and shocked the mathematics that went into their calculations. Mr. Speaker, not even trying to heap scorn on their ability to explain issues. Let us understand the fact that trying to harmonize the key performance parameters of all budget statements in the world, i.e. our revenue, our outlays or expenditure, difference giving surplus or deficit. When you are having a period in which our productivity is so low, revenue generation is so low, trade performance is very low, industries underperforming their benchmarks, which we cannot attribute to the doing of any government, definitely our GDP will not grow alongside with our expenditure. And once you have problems naturally not getting revenue generated through taxation, you will be actually restricted to borrowing. They have no other alternative. They'll be asked severally. They are saying that we should go and beg. Mr. Speaker, I've never seen any economic policy in the world which is called begging policy. Except the NDC. I've never seen this before. And if we are even refused, what will be the policy? Say revenue. What is it, revenue? All that we are saying is that it's possible the unlikely event one day they will come to power. They should take their time and learn from us. Because I think they really don't understand the mechanics of harmonizing key performance indicators of the budget allocated. Well, Mr. Speaker, they also spoke about budget deficit. In fact, the year 2012, without this situation, the budget deficit under them was 12.1%. Higher than even now what we have. They can check. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to bother you. 2021 sub-budget was 9.5. 2020 was 11.7 against revised deficit of 11.4 because of the COVID. Even this one is a better performance than what they did. Mr. Speaker, one interesting area they talk about, Honorable John Jinapo, my own brother from the other side, minority side, was saying that our minimum wage as against our inflationary rate does not give us any good picture. And he was so emphatic. I'm shocked if he has done historical analysis of their performance. The year 2016, minimum wage was around 8 cedis. Inflationary rate was 15.4. Inflationary rate today is about 7.8. In fact, our minimum wage is over 12%. All that we are saying is that the media budget and the economic performance of this government, if we were to even develop any league table, the NDC will go on relegation. Because they cannot be compared to us. And these are facts, their own figures. Mr. Speaker, the key factors to consider in developing any economic framework is the primary macro indicators. In fact, the NDC's government policy rate is even bigger than the lending rate today. This is unprecedented. It was around 25.5. Now you can get 20.7%. So I'm surprised the way they speak. The fact of the matter is that we need to understand. In fact, I'm a legal practitioner. But even the PFM Act 2016, Act 921, Section 18, state emphatically, without any debate and ambiguity, that even in times such as this, three conditions: war, natural disaster, and then health epidemic, We are supposed to, even in consultation, suspend our fiscal deficit, our fiscal policies and rules. So even what we are experiencing today, even by the law, if we can extrapolate and extend the interpretation, we are even doing far better. They cannot compare this time to the other conventions. What we are saying is that, yes, there is hardship, but that is the reason why the finance ministry under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo Ebiafo made the most prudent decision at all times. What is it? Not to entrench the hardship on Ghanaians, but to mitigate by not increasing taxes. In fact, the 8-year period of the MDC, the previous one, they introduced 10 new different taxes. You can go and check. Nanado's leadership first either reduce or scrap 15 taxes, but later on introduce another 6. In terms of net introduction or withdrawal, we did better. So what we are saying is that taxes are not friendly, we know, but even when they were not having this situation, when they inherited lower level middle income status economy, they introduced taxes to the extent that as a social democrat, they could not even manage teachers and nurses allowances, the most essential activities in all over the world, in any country. They could not even manage, in fact, allowances of teachers and nurses. So one will ask, what is the major economic policy direction of the NDC today? As a social democrat, all pro-poor policies in our country, you did not implement them. Economic figures too, you are not. So where can it be found? All that we are saying is that they should take their time and learn from us. We are not going to be in power in perpetuity. They will come. So that one day, they will control this country. They will manage, even talking about inflationary rate. What even the global target was negative 3.3. We grew at 0.4%. So what are they talking about? They are talking about reserve. As my brother said, you have been billion for 5 months import capital. Which of the days under the NDC they got this? You know,
just a minute.
I want to explain this thing.
Honorable member.
Oh, sorry.
Please, just a minute. Yes, Honorable Bejira, any point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. A statement by colleagues should make reference to the subject matter, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague on the other side making reference to statements that are not in reference to the subject matter. That NDC should go and learn from them. I haven't seen that in this statement, that NDC should go and learn from them. Mr. Speaker, I will prefer that the honorable colleague will continue to refer his note, and the reference of his note should be to this subject matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, that's no point of order. Yes, Honorable Stevie Amwa, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, humbly. Mr. Speaker, all that I'm saying is that the translation of the economic management under this regime, i.e. secondary macro indicators talking about industries, agriculture, infrastructure, and even extension into the redistribution policies. I mean, that is the social intervention policies. We have done so much work. The most difficult segment of any educational stream in the world is the college level. We have been able to implement that out of prudent economic management. Mr. Speaker, all I'm trying to say is that when they even complain that our budget is not handling employment issues and that we have not employed any since we came for 4 years, I am surprised. Maybe we have a second Ghana somewhere. Mr. Speaker, as a result of policy credibility, the NDC went to IMF and there was embargo on public sector recruitment or employment. Have they forgotten? To the extent that nurses, teachers, and other public sector, that is why we have huge backlog of employment issues in our country. 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, go and check. In terms of health, Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo Ebiafo, we couldn't have done much better. We couldn't have done better than we've done because there is a mechanization process in managing.
Another pause. Yes, Honorable Mutala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the most important ingredient that regulates our conduct in this House and what we say is honesty and sincerity. It is very clear that either my honorable friend is unaware of the facts or he's simply being untruthful to the people of this country. As a matter of fact, in 2014, 42,000 nurses were engaged. And Mr. Speaker, the fact, Mr. Speaker, at least I haven't addressed you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Mutala, when it is your turn, then you can put that across. But this is not a point of order. Yes, Honorable Member, Honorable Steve Amwa, you may continue. I rule that it is not a point of order. I want the Honorable Member to continue. Deputy Majority Leader, what do you have to say?
Mr. Speaker, in all humility, when the debate started, or the commentary started, Honorable Boama was up on a point of order. And Mr. Speaker, you gave a strong signal that such point of orders will not be entertained. I noticed that our colleagues have had a good flow, but when it gets to our turn, then they get up on point of order to obstruct, disrupt. Mr. Speaker, that is most unfair. We are having a good flow. All of them spoke without anybody from the majority side getting up. I had serious issues with Ricketts, but I kept quiet so that when we have our turn, we'll speak. So, Mr. Speaker, we are humbly calling for your fullest protection. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, I'm sure you were not in throughout. If not, you realize that when Honorable Akando was making the comments, there were points of orders. That even led to me giving him more than 10 minutes. And that issue was raised by the Majority Leader. I knew why I did that. Even though the time is always stopped when points of orders are raised, the person to come back takes some time in trying to realign his thoughts. And so sometimes I'm very generous by giving some time to the person so that the person can conclude properly. So I'm taking note of all that. But I will definitely not encourage points of orders. And usually I give signal to the member. But when the member insists, by saying standing, definitely it's not also for me to guillotine the debate. I have to give opportunity, and that's what I've been doing. So I am as fair as possible. Yes, Honorable Member, please conclude.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the point I want to make, or the comment I want to make, is that in managing the economy of this country, even under this situation, we have done so much work to the extent that world ratings, we are among the best managers. And not only that, the budget is demonstrating this fact that as much as we are trying to mitigate impact on the living standard of Ghanaians by not introducing new taxes, we are at the same time translating this budget into the form that will ensure that there will be job creation, the 100 billion. In fact, to make sure that we ensure commercialization of our farming activities and make it attractive to the youth. The artisans, all government flagship programs, NIEP, MASLOC, and all of them. And the good thing is that now there's going to be a vehicle that will ensure that the youth in our country today will have access to cheap and adequate funds to go into entrepreneurship. Aside that, our women, a country without women, in fact, it shows how smart and splendid our decisions are in terms of alternatives. our women will be given opportunity to procure at least 20% of our public procurement process. I mean, this is where we look at this. I think the minority leader, in conclusion, should sneak Nicodemously into the finance ministry and get some bits and pieces. Mr. Speaker, I end what I want to say.
Honorable members, we now... Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, I have heard Minority Leader sneak to the Finance Ministry. For the record, in the last 5 years, I haven't gone around the Finance Ministry save to pray at the mosques, the ministry mosques. So to use the word snake will be to suggest to want to do wrong. I take serious objection to Stephen Amwell's assertion. And if he has any evidence, see me, there are right people thinking who are listening. Minority Leader sneak where? Mr. Speaker, he must retract and apologize because the Finance Ministry is not your property and it's not your party property, it's state property. I have every right as a citizen to go there. But for the record, I have not sneaked and I have no intention to sneak to it. I take serious objection to what you have said. You should withdraw and apologize to me.
Honorable Stephen Amwa, what do you say to that?
Mr. Speaker, in the first place, it was a slip. I meant minority group, so I apologize and retract. But I use the word sneak because I think they wouldn't be happy going there for tutorials. Yes, for tutorials. But to the minority leader, I'm very sorry and I apologize and retract. I didn't mean you.
You mean the group.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That ends that matter. So we'll listen to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Member for Wa East, Honorable Dr. Godfred Sedu Jasau.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the motion for the approval of the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement for this country. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to comment on propaganda lines. I intend to speak to the review document that the Minister of Finance presented. And one thing that keeps coming up in the review document is achievements of flagship programs. One of the flagship programs that keeps coming up is Planting for Food and Jobs. Mr. Speaker, Planting for Food and Jobs has been implemented since 2017. And one of the reasons for embarking on that program was to improve yield and production of our crops, such as maize, rice, soybean, and so on. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the figures that we are being fed with, first, from the 2021 budget that was presented to this House by the Honorable Chairman Sabonsu, it was reported that fertilizers worth 424,000 metric tons were distributed under Planting for Food and Jobs, against a target of 430,000 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, it then means that It was just a marginal number that could not be met. And so the question is, did the 424,000 metric tons of fertilizer actually go to the farmers? And Mr. Speaker, the report we are getting is that these fertilizers did go to the farmers. But at the same time, it's been reported and accepted even by the Ministry for Food and Agriculture that 120 million cedis worth of fertilizer is being lost to smuggling. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you compare the numbers, you are unable to appreciate the direction and the import of what message we are communicating. Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record as arguing that the smuggling has no effect, if there's anything at all. Because if you look at the receipting arrangement, if your target is 430,000 metric tons, and your farmers, 1.7 million of them, are able to get 424,000 metric tons, then it means your fertilizer is actually going to your farmers. At the same time, the farmers on the ground, that's the reality. And so we should stop these theories. The farmers on the grounds are arguing that they can't get the fertilizer. Now, before the fertilizer supplier is paid, the district MOFA office receipts the ministry and say that X amount of farmers have received this fertilizer and therefore pay the supplier. So if they are receipting, the distribution system in the district is good, and they are reporting that they have so far distributed 424 metric tons of fertilizer, then you cannot argue that the fertilizer is being smuggled. So if you are saying the fertilizer is being smuggled, then something is missing somewhere, and we should look into that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the next line is that the same argument is made in this media review budget, and section 242 is reporting that 405,000 metric tons of fertilizer has been distributed to 1.5 million farmers already. Mr. Speaker, where are the maize that have been produced if you are investing all this amount of fertilizer to the farmers? Where is the maize? The evidence is that the maize is not available in the country. Mr. Speaker, one case in point is the complaint by Poultry Farmers Association. They have been in the news in the last 3 weeks that they have money. Maize, 100 kilograms bag of rice that used to cost 160 Ghana cedis now costs 350 Ghana cedis, and yet they cannot find it to buy. And yet you are arguing that Planting for Food and Jobs have produced X quantum of maize. My question is, na ebronu wahi? Ebronu wahi? So give us, show us where the maize is, then we can be sure that the maize you are actually producing and the Planting for Food and Jobs is available for consumption in country. And that as a result of that, you are going to drive down food prices. Mr. Speaker, that is not happening. I was hoping that the Minister of Finance will see this as an agency and will see what arrangements you will propose in this review to be sure that we align the input supply to these flagship programs in order to cause the best impact to our consumers and our farmers. That is not the case. As we speak, fertilizer is unavailable to crop farmers, and so we don't know where the fertilizer is. And yet, when they are reporting for accounting purposes, they report that this has been taken care of properly. I think that we are deceiving, if not misleading, the public, and so I think that should be looked at carefully. Mr. Speaker, one other area that is being touted so much is the cocoa subsector. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the Cocoa Board recorded a loss of 161.2 million Ghana cedis. In 2018, Cocoa Board again reported a loss of 78.4 million Ghana cedis. And in 2019, Cocoa Board again reported a loss, this time of 320.6 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, anybody can refer to the Auditor General's report on page 646 for the first data, and then the last one is on the Auditor General's report of 2020, page 251. So, Mr. Speaker, you cannot tell us that you are doing well in cocoa sector when you come for syndicated loan, manage it and run at a loss, because that's what the records say, that's what the data say, that's what the Auditor General's report say, and then you tell us that you are better managers of the economy. What kind of management is this? That you manage, run at a loss, and come and shout that you are better managers of the economy. Mr. Speaker, the data doesn't speak to that, and we should look at it properly. Mr. Speaker, COVID, under the COVID year 2020, the agri sector was touted as the most robust sector. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons is that at least it recorded a growth of 4.5%. Now, what we were hoping to see is that more investments will be put in the sector to make sure that whatever gains have been made can be consolidated. Mr. Speaker, even if you go back to the so-called gains of planting for food and jobs, you will ask, if we don't know how to manage the yields, can we not think of something innovative? One structure that has been put in place is the National Food Buffer Stock. At the moment, Mr. Speaker, this country cannot boast of any national buffer of food in case there's a crisis. And that is because in 2009, the late President Mills established by an executive instrument the National Food Buffer Stock and gave it a seed money of 50 million Ghana cedis. Till date, no kobo, no peswa has gone back to that organization. So the organization has turned into buying and selling. At the moment, school feeding program is indebted to that organization, that it is also taking money from the local banks at competitive rates. So I was thinking the Minister of Finance will come to this house and say that this is a strategic reserve, it's a strategic organization, it's a strategic agency that has something to contribute to planting for food and jobs if we have yields at all. And so we need to do something to secure it. And that they will be looking at something to give them some budget line to be able to, or even give them some credit, letter of credit, to be able to go to international market and raise money at lower rates. By the moment they are raising it with what? Competitiveness in the local system. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you look at some of these things, I think we are in extraordinary times. And I wish that the Minister's Review budget would have brought some extraordinary measures to be able to ameliorate some of the problems and challenges we are facing. However, what we find is that it's the same talk, and if you read the budget, about 75% of it is talking about COVID. Nothing on what we will do to be able to sustain whatever gains we have made. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to call on the Minister for Finance to come again, because what he has come to present is just talk. And so far, to my majority side, the comments I have heard so far, nothing is speaking to the data. The data and the reality of the impact of the budget is that there is hardship in the country. If it is food, we don't have food, prices are going up, and that has to be looked at. The reality is that Ghanaians don't think that you are doing the right thing, and you better own up and give if you cannot manage the country. Thank you very much.
We will now listen to the Honorable Sheila Bartels as the next contributor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that we are in hard times. I believe that as a nation, just like many other nations across the world, we have come out of a very, very difficult time, which is the pandemic that has affected all nations. And I think it is important that we don't lose sight of the fact that many countries crumbled under this COVID, but somehow our country is still standing on its feet. And I must commend the Ministry of Finance, and especially the Minister of Finance, for leading this charge. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the media review, you'd realize that we have been able to manage our country prudently throughout this period. Even though countries around the globe experienced a contraction in their growth, Ghana was able to record a positive growth rate of 0.4. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, looking at the half year, we have been able to bring our economy up to 3.1 growth. Mr. Speaker, if you look at all of the important key projects that we set with an aim and a target to create employment for our people, you would realize that we have stayed focused, and all of these key targets are still on point. Our planting for food and jobs is still ongoing. We have not cut anything out of our plans. All of these programs that are meant to help us to consolidate our gains, even pre-COVID, are still on target. Mr. Speaker, if you look at, for instance, the investments we are making in ensuring that our youth are able to continue working and those who are unemployed to also become part of the economic revenue that we are generating in the economy to be able to keep our country afloat, you would realize that, for instance, the implementation of the just a minute, Mr. Speaker. The YEA is still ongoing. We still have our NAPCO. We still have our National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, which also invests in companies, small companies, which have innovative ideas so that they will be able to build themselves up and generate more jobs for the youth. Our MASLOC programs are still ongoing, and then our planting for food and jobs, among others, are still recorded in this media review. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the ministry also for adding the skills training program. If you look at the paragraph 189, from 189 all the way to 192, we have listed skills training, which is supposed to augment what we lost throughout the period. And we have also introduced a new program, which is supposed to be insurance for those who have lost their job. That is stated in the paragraph 179 under section 321. Employment and job creation. This is something that has been created to provide, and I quote, a scheme which will provide temporary income support to workers who lose their jobs through no fault of theirs, but as a result of unanticipated events. You would agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that this is unprecedented. We have never thought of supporting people who have lost their job through no fault of theirs. And looking at the impact of COVID in the past, so many businesses were lost and so many people had to lose their jobs because there were job cuts in the economy. Mr. Speaker, looking at our indicators, you would also realize that we have done so well with our fiscal performance. If I compare 2021, As at now, public debt is at 77.1 of GDP. And I agree with my colleague, Staker, Dr. Amwa, who spoke earlier. Because looking at pre-COVID, that is 2019, you'd realize that we have been able to set 12.5%. Let me go back. Mr. Speaker,
Step out. Step out.
Honorable member, take your time. Take your time.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue.
Don't be ruffled at all by the cat calls and the rest. Just take your time and flow.
Mr. Speaker, I'll go to our currency. I'll go to our currency and I'll come back to our deficit. Mr. Speaker, our currency has stabilized over the last 4 years. You would agree with me that prior to 2017, our currency was really volatile. Every point in time you have a currency depreciating. And because of that, it affects the ability of our businesses, especially those who are importing goods, to be able to get value for the money that they invest. Mr. Speaker, as of 2016, the cedi was depreciating at 9.6%. Now, 2020, it went to 3.9%, but as of 2021, the currency depreciation is at 0.6%. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you would agree with me that we all experience this in the market, especially for us women who go get little chop money and we have to go and spend whatever our husbands give to us or whatever we have earned in the market. Today you are expecting to spend 20 cedis, tomorrow you go and something else has happened, and so you are not able to use the same money for the things that you spent on yesterday. So the depreciation of the cedi is something that affects the food that goes on our table as Ghanaians. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the way that this particular government has managed the currency, we should trust this government with our money because they are able to keep our rates low. 0.6 is a rate I have never seen in terms of depreciating. And Mr. Speaker, you would also agree with me that as all of these indicators are set at a stable rate, it helps us to be able to have or build confidence in our system so that for those of us who are, for instance, entrepreneurs, building our businesses, we know that whatever value we are getting out of the investments we are making in our business, would be able to realize enough to be able to also bring more people into our businesses, and this will translate also into jobs. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I am particularly excited about the 20% quota that is being given to women, because if you look at the fact that women constitute almost 50% of the population, meanwhile, the informal sector has about 60% of our women as well, which means that a lot of our women are in the informal sector and very few women are in the formal sector. Those in the formal sector have to strive with the men to be able to do their day-to-day business. Mr. Speaker, if a woman in business has to compete with a man, you would agree with me that a lot of times, especially when it comes to contracts, male-owned businesses do better than female-owned businesses. It is time that we continue to give women the needed comfort so that they can also compete adequately in the market, and giving us that comfort of knowing that there is a quota that has been set aside for us also to be able to compete or to be able to get some of these contracts helps the women also to play also on the same level as men. After all, when our businesses are growing, we don't only employ women, we also employ men, and we also employ men from either side of political divide. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this. I'm grateful.
Honorable members, we will now give opportunity to the Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, to make his comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on the media fiscal policy review presented to this House last week. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the statement, and if I'm given the opportunity to summarize it, the best summary for this can be described as the Minister for Finance coming to this House to come and say that I set us on target, I'm sorry, I couldn't meet them. So, Mr. Speaker, beyond telling this House that I have not come to ask for money, he was coming to say he was sorry he couldn't achieve the targets that were set. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this? In 2016, when the NDC was leaving power, our last GDP growth rate was 3.7%. That, Mr. Speaker, we were told and demonized that we didn't do well. Today I sit here and I'm listening to my colleagues on the other side. They are celebrating zero. You are celebrating zero. 0.4%, and you are happy. We achieved 3.7. You said we didn't do anything. Between you and us, who are the better managers of this country? Who are the better managers of this country? The worst GDP growth rate in the history of this country recorded in your era by you. The best GDP growth rate in the history of this country, 14.4%, recorded by us. Even our worst, which was 3.7, you couldn't attain it. You set 0.9 for yourself, even 0.9 you couldn't achieve it. And you say you are the better managers of the economy. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when a short man who cannot even measure up to your waist is mocking at you that you are not tall. You know, Mr. Speaker, he can only measure up to, even not up to your waist. You ridicule 3.7. You insulted us, oh, these people, you couldn't take care of the economy, they couldn't do this. Now you came, not even 1%, not even 2%, not even 3%. Even the 0.9 you couldn't get. Mr. Speaker, the nearest whole number to their GDP growth rate is 0. 0.4 to the nearest whole number is 0. So you score 0 and you are jubilating. So why are you taking us to? You score 0 and you are happy, celebrating. Mr. Speaker, anyway, I'm not surprised that my colleagues are finding it very difficult to make comments on the statement, because when you're in government, you still have to defend the thing, and the thing is indefensible. Mr. Speaker, secondly, the Minister for Finance came to this House, apart from telling us that he was struggling to achieve 0.9 and he couldn't, and therefore he made 0.4, he went further to say that he had planned to give the District Assembly Common Fund 2.4 billion. And that he couldn't even do anything. He was able to give only 415. So the 2 billion from January to date, he's not been able to give. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised. The worst local governance regime in the history of this country is happening under the regime of the MPP-led Nana Akufo-Addo government. Today is 2nd August. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the government is unable to appoint DCEs to the District Assembly simply because the 2.4 billion, the money is not there. If you wanted to give 2.4 billion, We are past half year. 2.4 by 2 should have been 1.2. Even you've not been able to give even 500. You've given only 415. 415 for what? You are collapsing the decentralization system in this country, which was the most enviable decentralized structure that Gambians used to come and watch. Kenyans used to come and study us. Ugandans used to come and study us. Now, under your regime, from January to August, no DCs at post. The District Assembly Common Fund, you are still sitting on it. And let's look at the worst of it all. Your own initiatives, you are unable to defend. Gone were the days when people were saying, oh, that this government started this, and now he's in opposition. Then that government has come, and he's unable to continue. This one you started, and you are able to continue. What thinking went into those flashy programs? Mr. Speaker, the worry of it, go to our decentralized structures. When the district finance officers, when their phones are ringing, they are unable to pick the phones. Your debtors are on their neck. So the district finance officer will see the phone ringing. Then is it a debtor? He will look at, he can pick. If we govern like this, and we say that we care for the people, that we believe in decentralized structures, that we believe in decentralization, that we are creating districts. What is the essence of creating districts? When the finance, the money accompaniment that you are supposed to give to them to perform, you are sitting on them in Accra. Mr. Speaker, there is no logic in that. And I will be waiting to see if government will come again and say that, oh, I'm coming to create new districts. When those that have been created, you are not even able to give them the accompaniments to perform. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, Mr. Speaker, we are in a country where government came, created special development ministry. That was at the bosom of his heart, his beloved ministry. Mr. Speaker, government has turned around to collapse the ministry and to allocate the amount for that 853 million into the office of the presidency. Government failing to appoint DCEs, government failing to send the money to the district assemblies to work. The 850 million, the CEOs and all the staff in the Middle Belt, Coastal and Northern Development Authorities, they are working under the Ministry of Government, Office of Government Machinery, under the presidency. Mr. Speaker, what kind of governance is that? This is called reconcentration. Taking the power from the grassroots and bringing it back to the center. Mr. Speaker, can we govern like this and there will be no crashes in the economy? This explains why wherever you go, there's heat in the system. Masons are not working, carpenters are not working. All those who used to depend on the decentralized structures, even women who fetch waters for the construction of school buildings under the assemblies, are all not working. So there's crashes everywhere. And not until, Mr. Speaker, we take the local governance system properly. Not until government realized that if the Ministry of Special Development Initiative didn't work, collapse or bring all the Middle Belt, the Coastal Development and the Northern Development Authorities under the central, under the local government minister. Sure. When you do that, then there will be proper supervision. Mr. Speaker, from 2017 to 2020, I hold in my hand the performance when the Poverty Reduction Committee met the CEOs in all those development authorities. Mr. Speaker, they've awarded thousands, hundreds of contracts. Their completion rate is 20% and 15%. 13, 20, 15. The Middle Belt Development Authority awarded over 1,500 contracts. He was able to complete in the 4 years only 233. When that was worked out, it's 15%. And they are still going to award more. Mr. Speaker, what kind of governance is this? District assemblies are denying of their monies to award contracts. district assemblies are demand of the district assembly common fund, which is a constitutionally mandated money to be sent to them to work. And the president has allocated the money under the office of the presidency, and that one they are awarding contracts. What kind of governance structure is this? And we are in August from the last election, that is December 7 to date, 9 months. No DCE is opposed. If you don't believe in local governance, tell us.
Honorable member, the deputy majority leader is on his feet. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the contention by Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim to the effect that the worst GDP growth has been experienced in this administration is misleading. Mr. Speaker, reference to page 201 of the budget statement and economic policy points clearly to the fact that there has been steady growth since 2017. And that statement, Mr. Speaker, cannot remain in the records of this House. Suffice to state that, Mr. Speaker, during COVID situation, where the world economies recorded a low turnaround in their economic growth, and even in West Africa, Ghana did better. So, Mr. Speaker, if he's making an absolute statement on 2020, he should say so. But if he says that over the period, then, Mr. Speaker, is misleading. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I have GDP growth 2014 2.89, 2015 2.2, 2016 3.4, 2017 8.1, 2018 6.3, 2019 6.5. These he failed, Mr. Speaker. These figures he failed to add to his submission, and he only misled the listening public by only referring to the COVID growth. Mr. Speaker, that is misleading. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your kind audience and patience.
I have information that you are unlikely to get the opportunity to contribute, and that is why I tolerated you. If not, it's not a point of order, but you've also put across your point. You still have about a minute, so please manage within that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that the worst growth rate in the history of Ghana, 0.4, was achieved in the year 2020. And it was during the tenure of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, when we were giving Ghana to him, the growth rate was 3.7. When he ended and we finished election, for him to continue another term, it was 0.4. So he scored 0. Mr. Speaker, that is why I started my rendition by saying that the best summary of this budget or this statement was that the Minister for Finance came to tell us that he failed and he has 0.4, and the reason was COVID. So what my Honorable Deputy Majority Leader is saying confirms the summary of the statement. Mr. Speaker, the Planting for Food and Jobs, Honorable Deputy Ranking for Food and Agriculture Committee, says that the Minister is unable to pay for fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, and the Agri Minister himself was crying just recently that they are not paying for the fertilizers. That's why we are in August, when our farmers are going to receive the fertilizers to work. The earlier the fertilizers are paid for, the better. So, Speaker, we can't achieve the target in the agriculture sector if the fertilizers are not paid for. So I call on the Minister for Finance to make sure that the fertilizers are paid for the sustenance of the planting for food and jobs.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the government flagship program, planting for food and jobs, per the Minister's own statement, is collapsing. The school feeding program started by His Excellency former President John Ajekun Kufuor also collapsing. The free senior high school, Mr. Speaker, that one too is collapsing. The radical construction of schools to create access to our senior high schools, AMA community day schools, Mr. Speaker, that one too collapsing. And the president, who is not able to feed even little children, is now talking of jumping free education to the tertiary level. With this, Mr. Speaker, I will be surprised if the president is not able to continue the project by President Kufuor, and he's going to create another slogan and say free tertiary, when you are not able to feed free basic. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I also call on my colleagues not to be happy with your 0.4 performance. It is the worst in the history of this country. And you are the worst managers of this economy. While we are the best, 14.0%.
Honorable members, we now listen to the Honorable Member for Kwadaso, Honorable Dr. Kingsley Nyako.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion that seeks to approve the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2021 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I've not done economics to a very high level, but my basic economics and occasional readings that I do on economics and financial issues tell me that in situations like this, in a pandemic environment like this, pragmatic leaders use innovative means in addressing issues that confront them. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge the economists here, especially those on the other side, my honorable friends on the other side, that what solution are they professing to help us navigate ourselves from the roots? Mr. Speaker, in situations where, as a result of a devastating pandemic, jobs are being lost, businesses are collapsing, revenues are experiencing shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, parents are going through stress as a result of job losses. What interventions can you put in place to bring economy back on its sound footing? If you don't put in efforts to increase domestic revenue and also to seek external support in terms of borrowing, what else can you do? They should tell us. During the era of the NDC, when there was not even a pandemic like this, when they benefited from so much capped revenues, the economy couldn't do well as it's doing right now. The Speaker, I want to challenge the Deputy Minority Chief Whip that they shouldn't be comparing apples with oranges. Yes, they shouldn't do that. The Speaker, because he's saying it's true that last year the economy grew by 0.9%. But he also knows that within the sub-region, growth of economies was negative 1.9, and Ghana was one of the best. He knows, he should know. The leader of this house must know better and must inform us, not misinform us. Mr. Speaker, before COVID raised its ugly head, in 2019, IMF projected a global growth rate of 3.4%. When COVID happened, there was a contraction by 3.3%. Mr. Speaker, when you are faced with this situation and lives are being lost, what do you have to do? You have to make sure that lives are protected. That's what this government did. Mr. Speaker, in this situation, you need a leadership that is decisive, that is smart, that is apt. And this leadership was found in Nana Addo Akufo-Addo and the MPP government. The Speaker, the evidence is there for all of us to see. Thanks to the visionary leadership of Nana Akufo-Addo, and the wizardry performance of Kenofrata, the First Minister, the economy is being brought back on this sound footing. And this is the Speaker. Last week, Thursday, I was privileged to be part of a panel on Future of Education Summit. In the discussion, what came to the fore was that there's a need for countries to access capital markets in terms of going even for social bonds to be able to ravage our economies from further decline. Mr. Speaker, before COVID-19, globally, we needed $1.5 trillion to finance the education gap. $1.5 trillion globally to finance the education funding gap. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, this figure will even go beyond what we need now. But if you don't put in measures to raise domestic revenue in terms of some tax imposition and some external borrowing, Mr. Speaker, your economy will crash down. And Akufo-Addo has demonstrated. That is why we are seeing some positive dividends in terms of our economic outlook. Mr. Speaker, when COVID started, at the height of COVID, inflation was 11.8%. But by end May this year, it was reduced to 7.5%. By the end of June, inflation was 7.8%. In the midst of COVID, Mr. Speaker, this is a good sign. Mr. Speaker, fiscal deficit was 5.1% against a projected figure of 9.5% in year. Mr. Speaker, this shows that government is doing everything possible as she protects lives, also to be disciplined in terms of spending. Mr. Speaker, one remarkable gains and performance by this government is about how relatively stable our currency is. The cedi, Mr. Speaker, appreciated by 3.6% against the euro, this doesn't normally happen by a day. It fell by only 0.6% to the dollar. Mr. Speaker, these are positive signs. Growth rates 3.1% in this time when some economies are struggling. If you can attribute this to sterling performance and visionary leadership, Mr. Speaker, what else? Mr. Speaker, during the period, it is on record, Mr. Speaker, through what the Prime Minister gave us, that even growth rates with oil was 3.1%, without oil was 4.6%. Even that one is even better. Our reserve position, Mr. Speaker, by the end of June was $11 billion, equivalent to 5 months of import cover, against $9.2 billion, 4.3 months import cover same period last year. As Speaker, within the period, foreign direct investment has also seen some increase, and this increase is very, very impressive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by end of June this year, FDIs to this country amounted to $954.2 million, which is an increase of about 71.2% from last year's figure of 557.2 million. Mr. Speaker, let's come to COVID. We have been assured that we are going to receive 17 million Johnson & Johnson single-dose vaccine, 1.2 million Pfizer vaccines through the COVAX facility from the US of A. Mr. Speaker, this morning, when I was watching Al Jazeera, do you even know that Pfizer and Moderna, they are even increasing their prices for their vaccines? Pfizer is going for $23 per dose, and Moderna is going for 25.5%. All these will tell you that it will increase the burden of debt on any country. The Speaker, this morning I even got to know that even Israel is considering a third dose that we call booster. And you need a dynamic and visionary leadership that thinks about their people, to invest in their well-being, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one laudable intervention that I saw was about job creation and business opportunities for the youth. About 1 million jobs are being planned for the next 2.5 years. During the NDC era, an unusual group was formed in this country. Unemployed Graduate Association of Ghana. It was formed because you couldn't provide jobs for the youth. But under Nana Akufo-Addo, at least we have NAPCO that is getting for about 100,000 of the youth. And with this intervention, we are hopeful that more youth will get jobs, Mr. Speaker, to do. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, some countries are even cutting down on their educational budgets. But this government didn't do that. The budget that was read this year, the 2021 budget, budgetary allocation for education sector was 15 billion Ghana cedis. 14% increase over last year's figure of 13 billion. It tells you that this is the government and the leader that thinks about the forward march of this country. The Speaker, in the midst of the pandemic, free senior high school has not stopped. Mr. Speaker, in the midst of the pandemic, planting for food and jobs has not stopped. Mr. Speaker, in the midst of the pandemic, roads are still being constructed. I left Kadaso this dawn to Kumasi, and I saw that some of the roads are being faced. Mr. Speaker, in the midst of the pandemic.
Honorable Member, conclusion.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If I have to conclude, then permit me to quote from paragraph 23 and 24 of the budget statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance. It says, Mr. Speaker, I would like to note that notwithstanding our elevated debt levels as a result of COVID-19, our inflation rate is lower than it was in 2016. Our interest rates are lower than they were in 2016. Our exchange rate is more stable than it was in 2016. Our foreign exchange reserves are much higher than they were in 2016. And we did not have to lay off any workers, nor cancel teacher and nursing training allowance. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we did not go to the IMF for a bailout program. This is because we have managed the economy much better than it was managed up to 2016. The Speaker, on this call, at least, it is clear that when it comes to performance of the economy between the NDC and the NPP is always the better managers of this economy. Mr. Speaker, on that note, last Thursday, on Friday, my good friend on the other side, Don Dinapo, in concluding his statement, congratulated you on your recent award. I do say, but also to add that God bless you. And may He continue to guide you to exhibit your impartiality in the deliberations of this House. On that score, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
That is where your but will have to be taken off your sentence. When you continue and say but, then it's negative. But this but came with a positive. Dr. Nyako. Yes, thank you so much. Honorable members, before I call on the next member to comment, I think it's important that I rule that what the Minister for Finance did was to submit a policy statement, a statement on the mid-year review of the programs, policies and activities of the government that we approved in the 2021 budget. And so we will take it that what he did is a statement, and what honorable members are doing are making comments on the statement on the Order 70 Rule 2. Honorable members, I read carefully Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution, and also looked at the provisions of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, and I'm convinced that what he did is a statement. And so I will direct that the table office from tomorrow onwards should change the item on the order paper to statement and not motion. And what the minister did was not in accordance with the rules of the House. I so direct. So tomorrow you may see that it will not be titled motion. It will be statement. And so what you're doing are comments. And it's tomorrow that the leaders will be concluding their comments and for us to take a decision. But I see the minority leader up on his feet. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, without seeking to question your ruling, may I refer you to page 96 of the media review of the budget, and in particular, just one item. No, his rule, but I'm drawing his attention to a table.
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Speaker, when you
Address
say
the speaker.
compensation of employees in the budget is 30,313,597,722. Now you see revised to 31,490,824. So there's an adjustment there of 1,177,227,000. Now, budget or statement, this is still the minister's statement. So when you say that comment, yes, comment, but this by the minister's statement, page 96, I'll point out about 5 of this, but I'm just giving you one to guide you. Compensation of employees, there is a revision. And that revision, he must be asking this parliament to grant him approval. It cannot be a comment. Then somebody should explain to me. This is my copy, and I've referred you to page 96. Just one item, compensation of employees. I have seen revised budget. He said he came here with a statement, but compensation of employees. I can go further, Mr. Speaker, maybe 2. No, whether ruling or not, your ruling must be sound, and it must be based on, the ruling must be sound and based on the data. Based on the data, the ruling must be sound and based on the data. I have given you one reference of a data. Mr. Speaker, maybe my use of the word sound may be too harsh. I withdraw that. But your ruling must be based on data. I've given you one item. And I'm saying I will share 5 of those revisions. And therefore, that puts me in a difficulty to treat this only as statement and comment. I've given you for compensation. Tomorrow, I'm still reading. I'll come to interest payment. I'll come even to reference to COCO's contribution to the growth of the economy with some anticipation. All that affects some revisions. So, Mr. Speaker, it puts me in a difficulty. But for now, I have no option than to go with your ruling. But I just want the record to capture this. I thank you.
Minority, I'm really surprised you raised this issue. There are more revisions, as we said, even at page 96. But we gave an amount in the budget which we approved. And that amount has been allocated to various items. During the course of implementation, the minister has made some variations, but it's within the global figure that we have approved. And so there's nothing that is being requested of us again to do, because we approved all that amount. He's only telling us that in the implementation, there are these issues. You mentioned compensation. It was not negotiated. It has now been negotiated. And the negotiation has increased compensation. Because of that, I will go to this item and reduce it. And you can see even at the same page, you can see that provision of health infrastructure has been reduced from 1.4 billion to 779 million. And so yes, you have this revision, you have the variations and that kind of thing, but the total amount is not affected, what we approved in the budget. And that is why I think that there is no request for us again to approve anything. Yes, if you go through Article 179 and you go to where you have supplementary budgets, you read it carefully, go to the Financial Management Act, you read, you see that what we're doing is actually, that's why you all agree to make comments. And we discussed this a number of times. So I'm surprised you've raised this objection. I'm happy you withdrew your use of the word sound. Definitely, the Speaker will not give unsound judgments or ruling in the House. Anyway, I saw that the Majority Leader was on his feet, if he has anything to say.
Mr. Speaker, I think you've just made the point very clear. We discussed this in conclave this morning, and I raised this issue, that if the amount contained in the Appropriations Act, the amount that we approved of, is being increased, as the global amount is being increased, then certainly it will require the minister to come by a supplementary estimate, which is not what he did. What it means is that what we are doing is contained in the original. It's not going to exceed that amount. The Speaker, and you just pointed out to the Minority Leader that just the same page that he was very strong on, compensation. Then two items beneath that is interest payment. Compensation, he said, had increased by 1.1 billion. What he's not talking about is interest payment. From 35.8 billion, it's now gone down to 32.5 billion. It's scaled down to 3.3 billion. Look at that. So what it tells you is that there are some that have, there's been some violence. And to the extent that it doesn't affect the overall figure, we are within the confines of the appropriated amount. The Speaker, if you come down again, other expenditures, 7.8 billion, again, is climbed down to 6.7. And there is a net gain there of 1.09 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a violence that the minority that is referring to. And certainly, as I've said, to the extent that doesn't affect the global figure, we are still within the appropriated amount. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can go on. I don't know whether you intend to call one more from either side.
Well, it's left with 1-1, and I wanted actually to hand over to the second deputy speaker, but I decided to make this ruling and to give the directive so that tomorrow we can conclude what we're doing properly. And that is why, to align what we are doing now to the final decision that the House will take, that's why I made the ruling. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I respect the ruling, but I'm just saying for purpose of what guides a decision and a ruling by you, and I'm relying on the same page 96. I see your argument is based on total expenditure, 110 billion 05 million 226,597. So you see zero. The minister is not asking for anything, as he said. I'm not here to ask for more money. But Mr. Speaker, there is an adjustment, and I'm just asking what role Parliament will play tomorrow if such occurrences occur with his data. Now go to goods and services, use of goods and services, Mr. Speaker. In the budget, it's 5,966,791. He has revised it upwards to 8.5 billion. That's a revision. That's a revision. So is this House approving it, or because he has made savings of 3 billion and reallocating it, we should just look at it and say we are making a comment. So, Mr. Speaker, use of goods and services, 2021 budget 5.9, revised budget 8.5. My strong view is that he needs the House approval to proceed with this. The fact that he's succeeded in doing cut and adjust, and I can show you where he found the numbers from. He found it from what leader said. From interest payments, he has made savings from 28 billion, he's reduced it to 25 billion. So there is a windfall of 3.3 billion. He has distributed the 3.3 billion. Must it just be the power and right of a Minister of Finance to determine how he spends this 3.3 billion, or he needs parliamentary approval? That is the question I'm raising. But I respect your ruling, but it's important that we point it out for the purpose of the record. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, I thought you were going to throw in the towel, but you are still insisting. After we have discussed this thoroughly together, you are by this trying to throw a wedge into an earlier decision we agreed upon. We went through all the items. Now your attention has been drawn to many others. Well, when you go through the same page 96, you see that foreign financed is also zero. No money is being asked for in terms of a loan or anything to fill in any financial gap in the budget that we approved. And so it's not only that. You are also talking about the interest payments. If you look at other expenditure, what we approved was 7.88 billion. Now it's been revised downwards to 6.79. Are you saying that we have to approve all that? Usually, after we've done the general approval, because if you go to Article 179, that's why I refer to Article 179. 179(2) talks about the estimates of the expenditure of all public offices and public corporations other than those set up as commercial ventures, shall be classified under programs or activities which shall be included in the bill to be known as the appropriation bill, and which shall be introduced into Parliament to provide for the issue from the consolidated fund or such other appropriate fund of the sums of money necessary to meet that expenditure, and the appropriation of those sums for the purposes specified in that bill. Then B says, shall in respect of payments charged on the consolidated fund be laid before Parliament for the information of members of Parliament. For the information of members of Parliament. It did not say for the approval of the House. Now, Where approval comes in is 1798, where it states clearly, where in respect of a financial year, it is found that the amount of monies appropriated by the Appropriation Act for any purpose is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no sum of monies has been appropriated by that act, a supplementary estimate showing the sum of money required shall be laid before Parliament for its approval. That is where approval comes in. I mean, you can litigate it further, not only on the floor, in the court of law, and we will all be directed as to what is the right thing to do. But my reading of the law, from the Constitution to all the enabling acts, has convinced me that this is not a matter that you need parliamentary approval. And that is why, on the onset, since yesterday, you all agree that you'll be making comments. Some of the comments are debatable because the statement itself has raised debatable issues. And so when you look at our Standing Order 72, it's very clear. It says a minister or state may make an announcement or a statement of government policy. Any such announcement or statement should be limited to facts which it is deemed necessary to make known to the House and should not be designed to provoke debate at this stage. And so by the nature of the statement he has made, there are some issues that he has raised that is provoking debate. And so the second part says that any member may comment briefly, subject to the same limitation. And so if he has raised some issues that you disagree with and you want to debate him, you are entitled to do so. I still stand by my ruling and my direction to the table office to, from tomorrow, in the order paper, ensure that we don't see motion moved by the minister, but it is statements made by the minister and members are making comments thereto, so that at the end of the day, we will take the necessary decision. I so direct. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. It is now the turn of the Honourable Member for Tamale Central, Honourable Murtala Mohammed.
Yes, Honourable Member. Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate. Right, Honourable Speaker. We have listened to some of the most slippery economic analysis made this morning. And we have actually listened to what is described in some Ghanaian parlance as voodoo economics. That analysis have been made about the economy between 2004 to 2008, juxtaposing that to what happened under the NDC, but fall short to indicate that there was some debt relief as a result of we going HIPIC. And as members of Parliament, we need to state the facts in absolucy. Right, Honourable Speaker, it is true that the NDC refused to lend from the NPP. Because if we had lent from them, then the economy would have been in the shambles we are experiencing under this government. If we had lent from them, a bag of cement which was sold under the NDC at 22,000 cedis, at least would have been sold about 50 Ghana cedis as we are experiencing today. If we had lent from them, a gallon of petrol which was sold at 22 cedis at least under the NDC, would have been sold at that abnormal rate as we experience today. If we had learned from them, the state, which was peaceful, would have been in a disastrous state as security or insecurity has reached its crescendo under this government. So it is good the NDC didn't learn from you. And the best thing that ever happened to the people of this country was the refusal of the NDC to learn from you as to how you manage all sectors of the economy of this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, listening to some of our colleagues, I was wondering whether they actually read the document presented by the Minister of Finance to this Honorable House. Because glancing through and what we heard today as to how jobs are being created, the Minister himself admitted in the statement, paragraph 182, that per the Statistical Service themselves, the official statistical body of the state Ghana, have indicated that unemployment has increased to 8.4%. Right, Honorable Speaker. That is the rate of unemployment in this country. And as a matter of fact, if you check what happened, and you can check from the ILO website, in 2014, the unemployment rate in this country was 6.53%. It increased to 6.81% in 2015 and decreased to 5.45% in 2016. And we all know that for policy interventions leading to the creation of jobs in any country wouldn't happen within a year. And in fact, as a result of those pragmatic and visionary policies that President Mahama formulated and implemented, that occasioned the reduction of the unemployment in this country from 6.81% to 5.45% in 2016. And as a matter of fact, the first year of the administration of this government, the reduction in the unemployment rate continued. And it's explained why there was a reduction of unemployment in this country in 2017. These figures are not figures created by the NDC. These figures are not figures created by any of us. They are the official figures provided by this government, by a statistical service that is headed by an appointee of this government. The unemployment in this country is 8.4%. And in fact, Right Honorable Speaker, what is even shocking is the rate of unemployment among the youth. And the information provided put the youth as those who are between the brackets of 15 to 35 years. That is the economic active class of every country. That the unemployment at that rate is over 12%. That is the rate at which we are. And I ask myself, where is NAPCO? In this house and in the debate in this country, some of us indicated that the figures that were provided by this government in 2018, which they continued with that propagandist fashion in 2019 and 20, were not accurate figures provided for the people of this country. If you take the 2018 financial statement, this government told us that they had created about 100,000 jobs. As a result of NAPCO, they engaged 100,000 jobs. They were not smart enough to realize that running a government is not like selling kilowele on the street, or my grandmother selling his cocoa on the street, where you decide that you increase the quantity today, and the next day you may decide that you don't want to sell the cocoa. That for any dime to be spent, it must be approved by this house. And it is not just approving the financial statement, even the appropriation. In that same document, they indicated even in 2019, they engaged 100,000 people. And they pay each of the engagement 700 Ghana cedis. My math was not that good. And I believe that many people's maths were not that good. But I got to realize, even my 5-year-old daughter could easily do the calculation. That if you claim that you are engaging 100,000 people and you are paying each 700 Ghana cedis, multiply 100,000 by 700 will give you 70 million a month. And multiply 70 million by 12 a year will give you 840 million. As a matter of fact, when they had the opportunity to present the mid-year budget as they have done, NAPCO was never mentioned. So if you do the calculation, it was going to give government 840 million to even pay beneficiaries and the NAPCO. By the way, the 400 million as captured in the 2018 financial statement included setting up of regional offices and district offices and engaging official staff. So it is very clear that it was the biggest trick pulled on the people of this country. And that explained why the unemployment rate in this country is increasing day by day. Right, Honorable Speaker? It has never happened in Tamale that we bought a bag of maize at 200 Ghana cedis. Today, in Tamale, a bag of maize is sold between 270 Ghana cedis to 300 Ghana cedis. That is how much a bag of maize is sold in Tamale. So where is 350, I'm told? Where is, in fact, the last time I checked was 300. That was barely about 2 weeks ago. It increases like prairie fire. It increases day by day. And my honorable deputy chief is one thing by not listening to this super incompetent administration, who, by dint of accident, that they have the opportunity to govern this country. We have hope. We have an opportunity to change this mess. And right, Honorable Speaker, if the NDC had listened to this government, certainly in the 2019-2020 budget, the NDC wouldn't have been presenting budget that included corruption. Isn't it surprising that last year budget, nothing was said about corruption? They only told us about the things they were doing. Juxtapose that with the first budget which was presented by this government. If you juxtapose 2018 budget, 2000 against 2017, 2019 against 2017, 2020 against 2017, 2021 against 2017, you come to one conclusion, that there is a sharp difference between reality and fiction. You would come to one conclusion, that it is now becoming extremely difficult for appointees of this government to mention the word corruption. Because corruption is now like something that is haunting them. They don't have the courage, the confidence to mention it, because there has never been a corrupt administration as we experience in this country. But I don't blame them, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, your time is up. Please wind up.
The Right Honorable Speaker, I will conclude. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, don't say my, but let me just conclude, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, he is supposed to speak for 10 minutes. The time here indicates that he has spoken for 10 minutes. So
Right Honorable Speaker, can I conclude?
Please wind up, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me at least 30 seconds to wind up on a very important point. Right Honorable Speaker, we are not saying that corruption started by this government. Of course, President Kufuor famously stated that corruption started from Adam, once again a member of the NPP. The difference between President Kufuor's administration, President Mohammed's administration, President Mills' administration, and even the military leadership we have had in this country and this government is that Mr. Nanado has perfected corruption. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the...
Thank you very much. We have the last person in the Honorable Dr. Mafo, MP for Forukru.
Mr. Speaker, we have an application. We want to vary that. Yes,
that's the list you gave.
That is correct. Mr. Speaker, you are right. But we with your leave, may we have honorable...
But incidentally, the honorable member is here.
Oh, he's here now. Remains. Then we'll go by the list.
Very well. Honorable member for Forukru.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2021 budget statement and economic policy that was ably delivered to this House by the Honorable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, in commenting on the statement, I would like to first of all commend government for the role that it has played in enhancing environmental sustainability in our country. Most often when we are debating the economic policy, perhaps because of the title of the policy, we've always tend to dwell on the finances and the economic growth figures. Mr. Speaker, you know that as a country, what we have subscribed to is to pursue sustainable development. And the three legs of sustainable development are economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability. But often we debate budget statements focusing mainly on the economy, forgetting that without a resilient environment, our achievements in the economic growth, infrastructure development, and so on may not be able to, we may not be able to sustain such growth. And that is why I'm happy that in presenting this statement, the Minister echoed our war against Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the pollution coming from Galamsey is significant. Our water bodies have been turbid. The levels of oxygen in our water bodies, there's a plethora of literature that shows that dissolved oxygen levels in our freshwater bodies in this country is low. That chemical pollution is high, and so on and so forth. And so, any attempt to rescue the environment by any government is one that needs commendation. And so the war that this country, this government has waged against Galamsey and the success that we are observing should be commended. And Mr. Speaker, if we were to put monetary value on the savings that we have made as a country, talk about the health savings that we made, the degradation savings that we've made, and all the positive sides of rescuing the environment, if we were to put monetary value on them, perhaps the GDP growth that we are talking about within the period might have gone up if we indeed were to put monetary value. And therefore, I think the government needs to be commended. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we as a country, we know one of the problems that we have is degradation of our environment, deforestation, and we have set ourselves as a country to ensure that every year we are able to meet a policy target of planting 25,000 hectares if we are to be on the level of sustainable development. And Mr. Speaker, it is refreshing to note that in addition to the about 22,000 hectares or so that the Forestry Commission reports as the area of trees, the area of land that they have planted for the 2020 year, this government embarked on the Greening Ghana project that planted almost 5 million trees. It is planted almost 5 million trees. And Mr. Speaker, that should translate into about 4,500 hectares. So if you are a country or a government that you are able to embark on a program that is able to plant about 4,500 hectares of trees a day or about a week, in addition to whatever that we have done, then it means that this government is doing very well. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want us to appreciate that the war that we are waging against Galamsey illegal mining and the efforts of this government to make environmental sustainability a major concern is one that gives me confidence that the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government understands what we call sustainable development, and that in addition to pursuing prudent economic policies, we are also mindful of saving and protecting our environment to make the sustainable development story a complete one. And that is why I am excited that I'm able to speak in favor or to support this report. And Mr. Speaker, going forward, perhaps the time has come for us as a country not to look at GDP per se, but also to look at green GDP. Not to look at GDP growth only as a country, but also to look at green GDP. We need to be able to factor ecosystem services and put monetary value on them so that the services that we get from these environmental interventions will also reflect in our national accounting. And if we do that, I believe that people like my good friend Dafi Amapo, who doesn't believe in the environment so much, will come to appreciate that environmental sustainability is one of the pillars of sustainable development that every serious government must pay attention to, and we need to commend the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for taking the fight to that length. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Leadership have exhausted the names.
Mr. Speaker, there was elucidation of certain facts, and he was yielding to Honorable Anyikwa. He's done 6-7 minutes. Wait. We are learning. Wait. Why are you in a rush? Mr. Speaker, the rules allow. Mr. Speaker, the rules allow for elucidation. That is a fact. It's in our rules. So he's allowed. He's yielding to Honorable Anyikwa. For the rest of the minute,
Honorable Leader, I will disallow it. You have made me aware.
Mr. Speaker, I'm making an application to you. Mr. Speaker, I'm making an application to you. Very humbly. But Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Leadership, I'm jumping into questions.
Yeah, Speaker, we will do question time now. Question time.
Question.
Yes.
Honorable members, we move to the addendum and the main order paper, the urgent question. That stands in the name of the member for Busa South, Honorable Dr. Clement Apak, to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Minister, may you respectfully take your seat. Second question. Yes. So, member, you may ask the urgent question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what action the ministry has taken in relation to 5 containers of rosewood impounded at the Tema port on 17th.
Honorable member, hold on, please. Very well. Honorable Clement Attack, hold on. We go to the main order paper. Urgent question A. That stands the name of member for Afajedo South. And the question is directed to the majority leader of this house. So, honorable member for Afajedo South, you may ask your question, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the leader of the House what measures are in place for the use of vehicle undercarriage scanners to check vehicles that enter the precincts of Parliament to ensure proper security for everyone working in Parliament. Thank you.
Yes, majority leader.
Speaker, I'm just having a side discussion with the table officers that because it's an urgent question, they shouldn't have published the response. But it doesn't really matter. The Speaker, I will be making some amendments to the answer that's been advertised. The Speaker, Parliament House is considered as a high value target, and there is a need, therefore, for vehicles entering the precincts to be thoroughly searched to ensure that weapons or explosive ordnance devices, EODs, are not concealed in them. Vehicle undercarriage scanners are generally designed to scan the whole of a vehicle and its contents without the vehicle user having to open the boot or the vehicle of the vehicle or its engine compartment. It is provided with a monitor to display the contents of the vehicle on a screen. The need for the installation of vehicle undercarriage scanners at Parliament House has been on the drawing board for some time now. Indeed, during the presentation of the message on the State of the Nation on the 9th of March 2021 by the President of the Republic, 2 vehicle undercarriage scanners were hired and placed at 2 main gates. At the post-event conference, one of the recommendations made was that there was a need for an outright purchase of the vehicle undercarriage scanners as a permanent feature in our physical security infrastructure. However, before the vehicle undercarriage scanners are installed at the gates as a permanent feature, there is a need for consultation with State Protocol, which shares the premises with Parliament and actually controls the ceremonial gate. Staff of State Protocol, visitors to State Protocol, and the Council of State members all use these gates. So they have to be apprised of the need for the scanners as part of the plans for their installation. Speaker, it is planned to install vehicle undercarriage scanners at 3 vehicular entrances and exit points to Parliament House, namely the ceremonial gate at the southern end, the protocol gate at the northwestern end, and the PWD gate at the northeastern end, when consultations with stakeholders are completed. The necessary procurement processes shall subsequently be initiated towards the acquisition of the scanners. It is hoped that the procurement processes will be expedited to ensure timely installation of the facilities. Mr. Speaker, hopefully before we resume for the third meeting, we hope that these installations will be done. So, thank you very much.
Very well. Yes. Honorable Member for Fajatu, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I guess this is not a constituency-specific question, so it must be open for all of us. This is about our security. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2018, I brought a similar question to this chamber. 18, please. And leader, it was on that day he made us aware that the Chinese had donated some kind of device to us, and that they were going to start using it. From that time to date, we have not seen anything done about this. Today, he is promising us that it will be done and that procurement processes are in place. May I know the exact stage of the process of procurement? Where are they? Has there been adverts? Where are they? Whatever they have done, we want to hear. Number two, my last one, before maybe to the rest. Please. And number three. From now. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Very well. The entire caucus is coaching her. So leader.
Mr. Speaker, the ones that are related to are the manual ones, the handheld scanners. Those were donated by the Chinese. Speaker, those are there. What I'm talking to you about is the automated ones. That is why I'm saying that we had two that were released to Parliament for use on 9th of March. They are the automated ones. Those are the ones that I'm talking about now. Those ones are certainly in the custody of the Government Office. And of course, when we come to applying the automated ones, we will complement the automated ones.
Yes. Honorable Fajotu, I'm still with you. Are you okay with it?
Right Honorable Speaker, he has not told us the stage of the procurement process. We want to know where. Then, the stage, where are you? Leader, where are you?
I thought I heard leader say by the time we come for the third meeting, it will be in place by the time we come for the third meeting. So that's what I heard. If you didn't hear that, but I heard that. So
you are dead right. That's what I said. That hopefully by the time we resume after this adjournment, when we resume in late October, hopefully they will be in place. We hope. There is a procurement unit, and Speaker, they do their own thing. So they are in the process of doing this. And that's why I'm saying that hopefully by the time we return, third, fourth week in October, they should be in place. Hopefully.
very well. Does that mean Ododio? Okay, well.
Right now, thank you very much.
Why are you not on your seat?
My seat is taken over by Honorable Samoku Jutablaba. Right, Honorable Speaker, this issue of security, I will want to ask the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Based to question the parking arrangement in this facility.
You expect MPs to pack down there and walk to their offices even when it is raining. Even when it is raining. Meanwhile, there are spaces out on the at the new block. But we have people from various...
Honorable member.
Yes.
This is a different context altogether.
No, it's about security. It's about security. Parking there and walking up to here is a security problem to me. It's about security.
Anyway, you go. Please.
Because we walk through...
Please allow him.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we walk from that place to this place. You meet different sort of people. You walk among different sort of people. You don't know their security. You don't know where they're coming from. All of us are targeted. So I think that proper parking arrangement should be done in this house.
But please ask the question. I don't think it's just a statement.
No, I'm saying that what arrangements are being done to ensure that our security is reduced so that we will not be confronted by people within the precincts of Parliament, but we can have easy access to our offices without compromising our security.
Very well. Leader, if you are mindful of...
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member who asked the question, if I heard him start off by saying that he is asking this question of the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. The Speaker, the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs is not responsible for the security of Parliament.
Very well. Yes, let me come to Honorable Member for Saudai.
Sit down. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Minister intimated to the House in his answer that the procurement processes are ongoing for the installation of the scanners. Would the Minister be kind enough to tell the House how much is going to cost the House for that to be done? Thank you.
Minister, he's talking of figures.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, my colleague, the Honorable Mrs. Angelina Frua Aloute, who asked the question of the leader of the House, not the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. The Speaker, the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs is not responsible for this.
Leader, that question is inviting a lot of yes, Honorable Member for Northern.
Most grateful, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the response provided, the Honorable Leader of the House indicates that the procurement processes are underway. Is the Honorable Leader of the House able to inform us how much these scanners will cost? Based on the procurement processes that are underway, how much will it cost the Ghanaian taxpayer? I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
I guess your question was the same as Honorable, only that this time is directing to
Mr. Speaker, this question has been properly fired. And so I answer it. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I'm not able to tell the honorable member the cost. That is really within the purview of the procurement unit of Parliament. But if I have to come back to it, I may seek further information from them and then let you know how much it's going to cost. I'm not too sure of it, and I don't want to give you the figure. Mr. Speaker, it can only be the amount
may be decided once they finish with the processes, and then we'll be able to tell you how much it's going to cost us.
Okay, I'm taking the two. Yes, Honorable Member for Ningo Prampram.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Leader of the House a question subsequent to the last paragraph of his response, which says that the procurement processes will be expedited. Will the Leader be in a position to at least inform members of this House what procurement process is being used? Sole sourcing, restrictive tendering, or open source, or open tender? Well, at least that process, this House should be told what process is being used for this procurement.
Yes, very well. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, this really is for Parliament to procure. It's not being procured from outside for Parliament. So it's the unit in Parliament that really is in charge fully. Speaker, and let me say that the procurement processes actually started at the end of April of this month, of this year. The three types of vehicle undercarriage scanners have been identified, and these were the fully automated, portable, digitized scanner, the handheld digitized camera, and handheld manual mirror. Speaker, the House would require 3 each of the fully automated portable digitized scanner, the handheld digitized camera, and the handheld manual mirror for permanent installations at the main entry, exit gate, and as backups. Their costs, as the procurement unit has indicated to me, is that the fully automated portable scanner is about 128,000 for one. Cities. And the handheld digitized camera one is 4,680. Handheld manual mirror is 1,200. So if we need 3 each, the fully automated portable scanner then is going to cost in the region of 386,403.69. And the handheld digitized camera, 4,680. 3 of them would cost 14,040 Ghana cedis. The Speaker, these are prices that were quoted in April. As of yet, I'm not able to, that's why I was a bit hedgy about that. And then the handheld manual mirror is 1,200, or the cost was 1,200 as of April 2021. So 3 then will cost us 3,600. So in all, we may have spent in the region of 404,043 Ghana cedis, 69 pesos on the procurement of these equipment. But as I'm saying, to re-emphasize that these are April prices. I don't know at the conclusion how much they are going to cost us altogether.
Very well. Finally, let me give to Honorable Telabi.
Find out why the handheld scanners are not being used. Is it that it developed on fault? The handheld scanners that we have, the one that was donated by the Chinese, it doesn't seem, to be used. And I want to find out whether they are faulty. If not, then they have to start using it. But if, there's any other reason why they are not being used. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I have no information to indicate to me that any of them has developed a fault. And then it was because we're thinking of employing all these at various places at the same time that occasioned the development unit holding on. If it is that we must maybe employ them immediately, we may have to have some consultations with them together, certainly with the speaker as well, and then we'll see what to do.
Very well. Honorable Majority Leader, we are grateful for being in the House, even though this House belongs to you, to answer questions from members. You are discharged, but you have to sit down. Yes, can I invite the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources? Today you have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 questions to answer. So I guess we've prepared. So let me start with the urgent question from Honorable Dr. Clementa Park, member for Busa South. Honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what action the ministry has taken in relation to 5 containers of rosewood impounded at the Tema Port on 17th June 2021 and opened on the 25th June 2021.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, following reports that 5 containers loaded with rosewood have been impounded at the Tema Port, the Ministry on 13 June 2021 sent a team led by Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Benito Owusubio, MP, to ascertain the veracity of the reports. With the support of officers of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, the team examined the 5 containers and confirmed that they were indeed loaded with rosewood without any documentation. The ministry, working with the relevant agencies, immediately commenced investigations into the ownership of the said containers and the circumstances of the attempted exportation of the consignment. Subsequently, by a letter dated 7th July 2021 and reference CR/FB145/2401, the ministry wrote to the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority requesting the release of the rosewood to be evacuated to the Forest Commission depot in Achimota pending investigation. Having secured the approval of the Commissioner General by 2021, I led a delegation comprised of the Ministry of Transport, and the Ghana Revenue Authority to evacuate all the 5 rosewood to the Forestry Commission in Achimota. After we have gone through all the laid down procedures, we intend to donate, and indeed all rosewood that will be confiscated in the future towards the construction of the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, happy to announce that our investigations have so far revealed the identities of the owners of 4 out of the 5 containers. We are, however, unable to make these names public at this stage, as investigations are still ongoing. Mr. Speaker, let me assure the House that the Ministry will follow the laid-down processes to ensure that anybody found culpable will be made to face the full rigors of the laws of our country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Clementa Park, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the minister's written response, as he just read to us, he indicates in paragraph 5, and he says, Mr. Speaker, I am also happy to announce that our investigations, Mr. Speaker, I thought it was a criminal act to harvest, transport, and export rosewood. And I'm surprised. And so I want to be certain and to ask the minister whether or not he or his ministry has reported this case to the appropriate authorities, in this case, the Ghana Police Service, since this is an act of criminality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, in matters like this, clearly the levels of investigations are multiple. You have preliminary investigation by the ministry itself. You have some investigations by the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, as I indicated. You will have some investigation by the Forestry Commission. Mr. Speaker, on the specific question of criminal investigations, may I respectfully refer the honourable member to the last paragraph of my answer, where I stated, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, let me assure the House that the ministry will follow the laid-down processes to ensure that anybody found culpable will be made to face the full rigors of the laws of our country, end quote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Clement of Park.
Mr. Speaker, in all sincerity, I believe the minister has not answered my question. It was specific, whether or not a complaint or a case had been filed with the police. I have not disagreed with all the other layers of investigations that he has talked about. It was a specific question. And with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I insist that the minister responds to my question. He has not answered it.
Minister, specific question, whether a complaint has been made to the police.
Mr. Speaker, the answer again is captured in the last paragraph of my statement, which is that we are following all the laid-down procedures, including involving the Criminal Investigation Department of the Ghana Police Service, to ensure that those who are found culpable are made to face the full rigors of the law. Mr. Speaker, you cannot mount a successful criminal prosecution without the Criminal Investigation Department. The matter speaks for itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Your final supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, that was a supplementary of my first supplementary question. Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, information available to me indicates that the 5 containers of rosewood impounded at the Tema port on the 17th were seized rosewood that were auctioned to the same company that the containers were impounded from. Can the minister tell us how this came about?
If I got you right, well, are you saying that the seized wood has been auctioned to the owners?
That is accurate, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by referring the honourable member to paragraph 2 of my answer, where I stated that with the support of officers of the Customs Division of Ghana Revenue Authority, the team examined the 5 containers and confirmed that they were indeed loaded with rosewood without any documentation. Mr. Speaker, the information I have is that these containers of rosewood were not
were not acquired through an auction. I'm afraid that I have to insist that the information the Honourable Member of Parliament has is incorrect. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable Telabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, I realized that he was interested in the owners of the Rosewood. May I ask him if they are also interested in those who facilitated, because where the wood is hauled from, on their way from Tamale right to Tema, we have dotted barriers where we have Forestry Commission officers present, and I'm sure their duty is to check on some of these things. I want to find out, is it that they were not there, somebody didn't do his work, or somebody else facilitated, and therefore are you interested in those who facilitated the movement of this wood from whatever, Northern region to the port?
Yes, Honourable Minister, facilitators.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'm obviously interested in the facilitators. I'm also very interested in the whole cartel and all the people who are involved, the entire syndicate behind the illegal harvesting and exportation of this wood species is one that is of enormous concern to me. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be a dereliction of my duty if I was not interested? I'm very much interested. But it's important for the Honourable Member especially to appreciate that the matter we are dealing with is a very complicated matter. You are dealing with not the natural resource of our country, which is valuable and which people are determined to illegally be involved in all of the issues relating to the natural resource all over the world, whether it's in the petroleum industry, whether it's in the gold industry, whether it's in the criminal cartels of the world. People will find all kinds of methods to evade law enforcement authorities. What is important is for us to strengthen our enforcement regime, and that is exactly what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude on that answer by stating that officials of Forestry Commission and officials of the Customs Division and all other officials ought to be commended, because at the end of the day, the containers were confiscated, and it is through the collaboration of the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Forestry Commission that these containers were confiscated. So I am interested in the entire cartel and all the people who are involved, facilitators and alike. Thank you.
I see. Let me give it to the lady, Honourable Member for Kolekroti.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The landlady who doesn't get any juice. I would like to inquire from the Minister whether he has gotten a record of all the personnel with the Forestry Commission and other relevant bodies that were on duty from when it was identified that the logging happened until the arrival at the port. Whether he has a list of the personnel who were on duty from the time this happened until the logs were actually identified at the port.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, that is a good question, and that is a good lead. I thank the MP for the question he's posed. At this stage, it will be certainly difficult to be able to have such a list. But that's the point I made. Investigations are still ongoing, and when I finish with this, I'll follow up on that. And if indeed that is not a part of the investigations, I will insist that that become a part of the investigations. But at this stage, it will be difficult for me to answer in the affirmative that I have a list of all the persons who were involved. But quite clearly, that is a good question that I will definitely be following up on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Adaku.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you. In the Minister's answer, he said he wants to announce to the House that henceforth, starting from this consignment of wood that have been seized, they will be donating them to the National Cathedral. I commend him for donating proceeds of crime to a better use, unlike what he did with excavators, because I am sure there will be district assemblies in this country who would have put those excavators to better use. So I commend him for this act. But may I ask you, did the National Cathedral make a request for donation of woods in addition to the 100 CDs that you are aware of? That is why you are, because do you know what kind of wood they are going to be using? Have they made a direct request to you that they need wood, of which you are making an offer to supply them?
Honorable member, I'll have disallowed the question. Yes, honorable member, let me give you the last opportunity.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister whether this case was reported to the police and what is the preliminary report he has gotten from the police which he may want to share with the House.
Honorable member, that question has been asked already.
He didn't answer.
Yes.
Right.
The questioner himself asked that question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that question was not adequately answered, and we want to get the information from him with your permission.
I said that question has already been asked by the questioner. The owner of the question asked that question as part of his supplementary question.
Thank you.
Yes. So we move to question number 223. That stands the name of the same member, Honorable Member for Busa South, Dr. Clement Apak. Doc, you may ask your second substantive question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after this question period, I will provide some information to the Minister regarding the point I made about the logs being seized and auctioned to the same company. There are receipts to that effect.
Yes, honorable member. Honorable member,
in any case, Mr. Speaker,
I've asked you to answer your question.
Very well.
Question number 223.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the number of salvage permits granted to companies to salvage Rosewood logs from January 7, 2017 to January 7, 2021, the names of the companies and the quantities of Rosewood logs salvaged by each company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, commercial use of rosewood started sometime in 2004 with an initial export volume of only 18 cubic meters. The export volume and value, however, increased exponentially in 2009 when the then government granted permits to 5 companies to remove trees to make way for the construction of the Bugui Dam. The increase in rosewood trading also led to a lot of illegal harvesting of the wood. Since this time, several attempts have been made by successive governments to deal with the indiscriminate harvesting, mostly through the imposition of outright bans. Mr. Speaker, available information show that on 31st August 2012, the then Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Mike Hammer, imposed a first outright ban on the harvesting of rosewood, except for the 5 companies who were harvesting in this area. This ban, however, lasted for only a little over a month and was lifted on 5th October 2012. On 15 July 2014, the ban was reimposed, but was again lifted, and permits were granted to 13 companies in 2015 by the then Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Ni Osamels. In February 2017, the Akufo-Addo administration, realizing the unsustainable nature of the industry and minded to preserve our forest cover, reimposed the ban on the harvesting and exploitation of rosewood. But following the verifiable reports of large numbers of rosewood lying in the bush, the government granted salvage permits to certain companies to evacuate the wood lying in the bush. Salvage permits were therefore issued until March 2019, when the government issued the issuance of these permits. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a party to the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES. On February 1st, 2017, CITES cited rosewood under Appendix 2 of the Convention, which means, and I quote, although not necessarily now threatened with extinction, it may become so unless trade in specimens of such species is subject to strict regulation in order to avoid utilization incompatibility with their survival, end quote. Such species may be traded globally with restrictions. Ghana has, unlike other countries, taken the strict measure of outright ban on the harvesting, trading, and export of the species. Mr. Speaker, the question posed by the Honourable Member seeks an answer in respect of, quote, the number of salvage permits granted to companies to salvage rosewood logs from 7th January 2017 to 7th January 2021, the names of the companies and the quantities of the wood salvaged by each company, end quote. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the highest standards of transparency and accountability, I will, however, want to give the House the full data beginning from January 7, 2013 to January 7, 2017. My answer will therefore be in two parts. The data from January 7, 2013 to January 7, 2017, and from January 7, 2017 to January 7, 2021. Mr. Speaker, January 7, 2013 to January 7, 2017. Mr. Speaker, available information shows that between January 7, 2013 and January 7, 2017, a total of 13 companies were issued with permits to salvage the wood. These are 1. Transatlantic Resources Limited, 2. JL Interlink Limited, 3. Rehab Farm and Wood Limited, 4. Hero Limited, 5. Kofi Vinyo and Company Limited, 6. Jowak Limited, 7. Time Concept Limited, 8. Boachiwa Enterprise Limited, 9. Adututu and Sons Limited, 10. Sikadon Woods Limited, 11. Kambonsu Ghana Limited, 12. Savannah Investment Ghana Limited, 13. Brasoma Company Limited. Mr. Speaker, between these 13 companies, a total of 181,277.319 cubic meters of rosewood valued at 93,980,617 Ghana cedis and 37 pesos was salvaged and exported. The breakdown is captured in Table 1, and I want the Hansa to capture the full table. Mr. Speaker, January 7, 2017 to January 7, 2021. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, after the government reimposed the ban on harvesting of the wood, a decision was taken to diversify participation in the salvaging of already harvested wood, as it was noted that some of the companies holding licenses actually subletting with onerous conditions. Between 7 January 2017 and 7 January 2021, a total of 104 different companies were granted salvage permits to evacuate the wood from the bush. Mr. Speaker, the names of the companies and the volumes of the rosewood salvaged and exported is attached to this answer, and I will want the Hansa to capture same and to add that they include most of the 13 companies listed above. Between all these companies, a total of 108,773.171 cubic meters of rosewood valued at 291,807,846 Ghana cedis was salvaged and exported. Mr. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown is set out in Table 2, and I want the Hansard to capture it as such. Mr. Speaker, the difference between the number of companies involved is because some companies were granted permits in different years. So although a total of 154 different permits were issued, the number of companies involved were 104. An analysis of the figure shows that while the number of permits issued between January 7, 2017 and January 7, 2021 far exceeds the permits issued between January 7, 2013 and January 7, 2017. More rosewood was salvaged and exported from the country between 2013 and 2017 than between 2017 and 2021. And Mr. Speaker, and although the volumes exported between 2013 and 2017 far exceeds the volumes exported between 2017 and 2021, the revenue accruing to the state from these exports between 2017 and 2021 is more than triple the revenue that accrued to government between 2013 and 2017. The data speaks for themselves. Mr. Speaker, the data speaks for themselves. I'm answering the question. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I must point out that since having the privilege of becoming the minister responsible for lands and natural resources on 5th March 2021, I have not to date granted a single authorization for the harvesting, salvaging, or exporting of rosewood, and I don't intend to do so in the foreseeable future until such time that government is satisfied that the harvesting of these species will be sustainable. Thus, having taken notice of the practice whereby some unscrupulous people harvest rosewood illegally, and when they are confiscated, they manage to participate in the lawful auction of the wood and then disingenuously turn around to export them to the international market. I have, as of the 2nd day of July 2021, acting on the instructions of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, directed the Forestry Commission to seize the issuance of CITES permits for the purposes of exporting rosewood, whether acquired legally or otherwise, until further notice. Henceforth, all confiscated rosewood will be auctioned for domestic use only. Mr. Speaker, as part of measures to reverse the potential extinction of these wood species, the Forestry Commission has developed 87 hectares of rosewood plantation in 8 forest districts, namely Tamale, Bupe, Bole, Yendi, Kintampo, Sonyane, Ofenso, and Nkawie. The ministry has also committed, as part of the Green Ghana Day, to plant economic trees, including rosewood, to augment the forest cover of our country. We will continue to study the situation and put in place appropriate measures to ensure that these endangered species are not extinct from our country. I thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, very well. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take notice of the Minister's response on page 6, where he indicates that there is an attached list of the about 140 companies that were granted permits within the period January 7th, 2017 to January 7th, 2021. Mr. Speaker, I have not seen that list. I haven't seen that list. And I believe that list is very important, rightly because the minister went to pains to list some other 13 companies. So
you want the list?
Yes, Mr.
Minister is there. Have you seen it?
Well, I probably got an addendum that is different from what my colleagues have.
Have you seen the addendum?
In any case, I would cross-check, but I would have wished that the minister would have read that as well. Since my question was within the period 2017 and 2021, the minister chose to read a list from 2013 to 2017.
Is that not an elaborate answer?
Mr. Speaker, why was it okay to read the list before 2017 and to refuse to read the list after 2017?
So what is your question?
What was that intended to achieve? In other case, Mr. Speaker, here is my first follow-up question. My question asks for the salvage permits. The minister in his response has not indicated the number of salvage permits that were granted. I want to know from the minister, what was the number of salvage permits granted? Mr. Speaker, I argue this because that is different from the number of companies and the quantities of salvage rosewood logs. Merely giving a permit to a company does not presuppose that that company is going to act on it. So how many salvage permits were issued within the period?
Minister, how many salvage permits were issued? Which period? Is it 2013 to 2017 or 2017 to 2021? Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. But Mr. Speaker, the answer to the question is in my statement, in the answer that I provided. Mr. Speaker, let me refer him to page 6 of my answer. I said between January 7, 2017 and January 7, 2021, a total of 104 different companies were granted salvage permits to evacuate rosewood from the bush. And Mr. Speaker, when it came to between 2013 and 2017, I said, and I quote, between 2013 and 2017, a total of 13 salvage permits were granted for the evacuation of rosewood. Mr. Speaker, but I should add the most significant of the point in this answer, that more rosewood was harvested and exported out of Ghana between 2013 and 2017 than between 2017 and 2021. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, it is important to also point out that even though more volumes of rosewood was harvested and exported between 2013 and 2017, more money was accrued to the state between 2017 and 2021. Mr. Speaker, once I conclude, Mr. Speaker, once I conclude, it may interest the House, and perhaps my very good friend and senior brother, the Honorable Apak, who has a lot of passion for asking questions about rosewood, should pose the question: who are the directors and the sponsors behind Savannah Investment Ghana Limited? So we answer that question, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader, he has another, or you are on point of order. Yes. Yes, Honorable Apak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister in his response on page 7 of Order Paper Addendum 1, has provided a table that he has said should be captured in the Hansa. In the column 2020, there is dash, dash, dash. And that is to suggest that no salvage permit was issued in the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, I have here a copy of the salvage permit dated 24th June 2020, issued to Mrs. Original Asasia Bank Company Limited to evacuate 487 billets of rosewood at an estimated volume of 107 cubic meters within the Navrongo Forest District, specifically at Kayoro, Nakong, Riada Kadema.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker,
what's the question?
The question is this.
You'll be allowed, but I want to know the question.
It was signed by Opon Sosu, Executive Director. Mr. Speaker, in light of this, will the minister still maintain the claim that in 2020 no salvage permit was issued to salvage rosewood?
The question is, the minister said 2020 no salvage permit was granted.
According to the table, yes.
So what is the authenticity of the figures you read out?
Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that
I just want to know the authenticity of what you are reading out.
Oh, this is a salvage permit that was issued to the company that I indicated, Mrs. Original Asasia Bank Complex Limited, to evacuate 487 billets of rosewood with an estimated volume of 107 cubic meters within the Nabrongo Forest District. And it was signed by Opon Sosu, Executive Director.
Very well. So, Minister, is there any information you can provide for us? Minister, you are asked to calm down.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, in all modesty and humility, I'm speaking to official records. So with the greatest respect to the Honorable Member of Parliament, we will have to look into his matter, where he's reading from his mobile phone. But I'm speaking from official records. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking from official records provided by state institutions. And therefore, I will respectfully say that the information given to me by the Honorable Member of Parliament from his mobile phone, quite clearly, somebody sent this to him, will have to be checked. And if its veracity is established, we can deal with it. But Mr. Speaker,
please, let's listen to him. When he finishes, you'll be allowed to ask any further question you want.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if I may be allowed to answer the question, I want to conclude my answer to the question that the most fundamental for me of the answer I have given is found in page 7. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I must point out that since getting the privilege of becoming minister on 5th March 2020, I have not, to date, granted a single authorization for the harvesting, salvaging, or exporting of rosewood, and I don't intend expect to do so in the foreseeable future. If a member of parliament provides me the information and it finds out that it's verifiable and that any procedure has been breached, the officers involved will be dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me give the opportunity to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at question 223 and the response he gave, the purpose, as I see, is to get the minister respond to a question on whether Rosewood's salvage, whether we have salvaged them, and whether in future we will stop the production of Rosewood. But the minister, in his response, posed a question to the member. I would like to understand why he posed that question. Was it part of the response to show that no Rosewoods have been pardon? You posed the question.
Honorable member, address the chair.
Yes.
Just ignore that question. Just you ask your question.
Yeah.
Ignore the supposedly question posed by the minister. You ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, it's a very important issue to me because the question he posed him gave the impression that there's something wrong, which we are not aware of. Because if he's posting a question and say, do you know of this company and what the company has done, it shows that there's something deeper that we need to know.
It's insinuating.
Honorable member, I said just ignore that part of the law. Just ask a question. Your duty is to ask the minister question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much.
So ask the minister question.
All right. Mr. Minister, I'm happy that you extended the question beyond the expected levels. I just want to know whether it is an indication to you that henceforth Rosewood would not be produced, permission will not be granted for production, and that those that are salvaged will definitely not be given out back to the owners as it is. Yeah. He understands.
Minister, very well. If you assure us that henceforth we are not going to grant any permit to.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable senior member and my uncle should be rest assured. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, honorable member for Insheso.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The honorable minister stated the volumes of Rosewood exported between the year 2013 and 2017. I'm asking a question, please. As against the period between 2018 and 2021, and listed a number of entities that play a critical role, and stated as a matter of fact that even monies accrued, although volumes were small between 2018 to 2021, and named a company and went further to say who are the owners. May I know from the minister who are the owners of Savannah Investment Ghana Limited, which played very critical role in terms of volumes and less profit? We want to know.
Are you minded to answer the question, Minister?
I want to know, please.
Minister, are you minded to answer the question? Okay. Minister, are you minded to answer the question?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I never posed the question in a manner that is being referred to. I said it may excite Honorable Apark, who has a lot of passion on this matter, to ask that question. And so I'll hold my peace. And if the question is properly laid, I will make the information available to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member for Adentan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister what's the criteria for granting a permit, and also if these permits are time bound. I'm asking this question because between 2013 and 2017, we had just about 13 companies being granted permits, and yet between 2017 and 2021, we have over 100 companies being granted permits. So I want to find out what's the criteria for granting permits and if they are time bound, those permits. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the principles and the policy which informs the grant of salvage permits is mostly anchored on, one, if it turns out that the wood species have been harvested and left in the bush, and therefore if the wood species are not evacuated or salvaged, they will go to waste. They will get spoiled, and so on. And therefore, the government or the state is minded that instead of allowing these wood species to go to waste, they grant permits for companies to salvage them. That's why they use the word salvage. Or, for instance, if there's going to be a road construction, and inevitably these wood species will be harvested anyway, or these wood species will be cut down. Instead of government allowing them to be cut down indiscriminately without any value out of them, government will grant salvage permits or permits for them to be harvested. Or, like I indicated, when the dam was being constructed, the then government, President Mills's government, felt it necessary, and rightly so, that permits should be granted for the wood to be salvaged and harvested. So that is the reasoning, the rationale behind salvaging. Now, what is the procedure? The procedure goes through the Forestry Commission and ends up on the desk of the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources for authorization or for approval. And when that happens, then the permit is issued. The permits are time bound, if I may answer it that way. It is not in perpetuity. They are time bound. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The last question. Honorable Member for the.
Right.
That's the last supplementary question I'm allowing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was difficult to take a point of order on our colleague, the minister. But the majority leader always guide we, the young ones in the House, that when we are dealing with certain issues that of national dimension, we should reduce the level of politicization we dealt into it. Your answers today, Mr. Speaker, you read out 13 with alacrity companies that were registered before President Nana Akufo-Addo's government. Yet you just refer to an attachment of the 154. Yes, you read out the 13, but you told us to refer to the list with the 154. That is not fair to the 13 companies. But let me ask you, on the addendum number 2, page 4, you listed, and let me read. You said, addendum 2, you said, reading from that between January 7, 2017 and January 7, 2021, a total of 104 different companies were granted salvage permit to evacuate Rosewood from the bush. Yet when you come to page 5, the table you provided there is 154. Since you had the time to go through this, how did you arrive at the difference between 104 and 152? Which one should we believe? Did you grant permit to 104 companies or 154 companies?
Did you get a question? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to very respectfully state that I have no intention to politicize the answer I gave. Absolutely no intention. Mr. Speaker, except that as I stated in my answer, I felt that it is only fair, transparent, and accountable that I provide the House with the full data beginning from January 7, 2013. And that is exactly what I did. Mr. Speaker, the answer to why 104 and 154 permits were issued. 104 companies actually executed the permits. That's the difference. Thank you.
Well, leader, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister that in providing the answer in Addendum 2, pages 4 and 5, he was making comparison between the volume of rosewood harvested between 2013 January and 2017 January with 2017 January and 2021 January. In actually 19, sorry. And Mr. Speaker, he was comparing the volume of rosewood harvested and the value. Did the minister factor in time value in determining or in doing a comparison by looking at the absolute figures of 93 million for the first batch and 291 million, and say that the one harvested from 2017 to 2021 brought in more money to government? Did he factor in time value before coming to that conclusion?
Yes, leader.
I am compelled to refer my very respected colleague. Yes, Order 69. Order 69, Mr. Speaker. On the basis of Order 69, Mr. Speaker, his question doesn't qualify as a supplementary question. Never. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of that, I'll read for him to follow. As soon as a question is answered in the House, any member, beginning with the member who asked the question, may without notice ask a supplementary question, further elucidation of any matter of fact regarding which the answer has been given, but supplementary question must not be used to introduce matter not included in the original question. Mr. Speaker, the minister was very emphatic. He has given you the facts. You are now asking him to whether or not he has determined inflation and other matters and all that. No. But, Mr. Speaker, if in between 2013 and 2017, rosewood exported government got a revenue of 1 cedi. It is 1 cedi. If between 2017 to 2020 is 2 cedi, it's 2 cedi. If you want to ask a
honorable members.
Mr. Speaker,
I've gotten your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, one more point. Mr. Speaker, when Right Honorable Speaker himself is in the chair, our colleagues have a way they behave. When you come in, there is a different way they behave. Mr. Speaker, this must stop.
No. Honorable Minister, are you minded to answer the question? Come and answer.
Mr. Speaker, the records are provided to the House, obviously to enlighten the answer, so the House will get a fuller picture of the situation from 2013 to 2021. Mr. Speaker has said that from 2013 to 2016, the volume of rosewood harvested stood at 181,000 277.31. The amount of money received accrued to the state and the government on account of 181,000 stood at 980,607 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. That is how much the state received when the state harvested 181,000 meters cubic. Mr. Speaker, in comparison to 2017 to 2021, whereas 108,773.17 meters cubic of rosewood was harvested, the amount received stood at 291,807,856 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, so the time value, Mr. Speaker, the time value. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, even whilst in 2013 to 2017, 181,000 volumes of rosewood was harvested, and from 2017 to 2021, 108,000 was harvested. In the case of how much the Ghanaian people received on account of the export of this rosewood, the Ghanaian people received 3 times the amount they received between 2013 and 2017. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important point. Mr. Speaker, time value is a very important point. Mr. Speaker, the point is that more rosewood was harvested between 2013 and 2017, more than 2017 to 2021, and yet the amount of money accrued to the exchequer, to the Ghanaian people, was 3 times the amount acquired from 2013 to 2017. Mr. Speaker, so I want to conclude by stating that, on the contrary, the time value affirms and verifies that the amount of money that accrued and the value accrued to the state from 2017 to 2021 was 3 times that accrued from 2013 to 2017. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Minister.
Leader, I'm not inclined to turn you down when you want to speak, but yes, we need to move on.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I need to respond to some of the issues you raised.
Oh, but you cannot respond. You ask questions.
Mr. Speaker, actually, I'm not sure that the minister understood my question.
So leader,
sometimes it's difficult when you are dealing with financial issues. It's sometimes difficult. Mr. Speaker, these activities took place at different times. And the rosewood is an exportable product which has linked with what? Dollar. So if at any particular point the exchange rate determines how you receive as an exporter, those are the issues I'm talking about in terms of time value. So looking at the absolute numbers, looking at the absolute figures, to say that because I received 291 against 93, there is more received by the state during this period, is completely false. It's completely false. Mr. Speaker, the minister should accept and factor in. If you want my services as a consultant, I'll help him determine, so that we will see who benefit during which time.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, please, I'm a consultant, consult me, I'll determine.
Yes, Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, answer questions. The minister has answered the question. The deputy minority leader wants to introduce time value and so on and so forth. Is the minister aware that in 2016 and 2017 there will not be any material difference? Mr. Speaker, in 2016, is the minister aware that in 2016 the volume of rosewood that was exported was 96,684 cubic meters. 2016, 96,000 cubic meters
which fetched 55 million. And in just a year after, 56, just a year after, 56,000 cubic meters, fetched 148 million. Is the minister aware? For those who are concerned with time,
Minister, are you aware of that? Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Telabi.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. In 2016, the volume of rosewood harvested stood at 96,684.51 cubic meters in 2016. Mr. Speaker, just a year after, the volume of rosewood harvested stood at 56,190 cubic meters. In fact, less than 40,000 cubic meters, essentially, in 2017. Mr. Speaker, however, the amount of money accrued to the Ghanaian people, to the state, and to the government for the work of the Ghanaian people and for development in 2016, even though almost double rosewood was harvested in 2016, stood at 55,534,309 Ghana cedis, 70 pesos. Mr. Speaker, and in 2017, Mr. Speaker, and in 2017, even when a far less volume of rosewood was harvested as compared to 2016, the amount of money which accrued to the Ghanaian people into the exchequer and our treasury stood at 148,814,846 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, so in answer to the distinguished Honorable Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, I am fully aware of these huge disparities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I've already ruled that that was going to be the last one. In fact, I respectfully gave the leadership. You see, the minister has a lot of questions to answer. Please, let's move on. Please. My friend, my honorable.
It's important that he withdraws. I respect the chair, irrespective of the personality in the chair. I want the deputy leader to withdraw the statement that this side behaves differently. I want him to withdraw. Mr. Speaker has given me. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that as a member of parliament, I respect the chair. Sit down. Respect the speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respect the chair irrespective of the personality sitting in the chair, and I respect you a lot. The statement by the deputy majority leader that when you are in the chair, we behave differently is dangerous, and I want him to withdraw that statement now. Mr. Speaker, you are not a lesser speaker. You are speaker when you are in the chair. That is the chair of parliament. So I want the deputy leader to withdraw that statement, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Deputy leader.
Mr. Speaker, my statement was well-founded in the sense that, Mr. Speaker, consistently, and I'm happy he's bringing it up. No, I would stand on my feet on
leader,
that. Mr. Speaker,
do as the honest, please.
Mr. Speaker, I will do, Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, you are in charge of, Mr. Speaker, you are in charge of maintaining order in the House. And Mr. Speaker, I sit here and I have observed that when Right Honorable Speaker is in the chair, the posture,
leader,
Mr. Speaker,
leader, Please, do the honors for me.
Yeah, Mr.
Do the
Speaker.
honors for me.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Out of respect for you, I am only appealing to my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, my junior colleague who sits directly in front of Honorable Member for Okaikwe North must do me the courtesy of listening to me in silence. You should stop shouting. That's not the way you behave in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, all I am saying is that regardless of who is in the chair, whether Right Honorable Speaker, the first deputy or second deputy, we owe the chair a duty to conduct ourselves in a manner acceptable. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the statement that it is their side, especially when you are in the chair. But they are gaining notoriety for doing that. It's a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. It is a coincidence. It is a coincidence.
Yes, honorable members, he has withdrawn. Let's move on, please. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague has qualified the withdrawal. He says that he has withdrawn that statement, but impugning another motive that we are getting notoriety for that. That's another statement he made. He should withdraw that as well.
Speaker, I withdraw the coincidence of their behavior. It's a coincidence, and I withdraw.
He's making the expression. You are making the issue.
The notoriety of coincidence. That's what I'm saying.
No, that is what you mean.
Mr. Speaker, you are demanding more than I have said. I said that coincidentally you have gained notoriety for that, and I've withdrawn it. What again? What again? I've withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, it's become coincidental, but I've withdrawn it.
If you withdraw, you should apologize to us.
Oh, what you mean?
Honorable leader, please. Just withdraw notoriety.
I'll so yield that to your pleasure.
Very well. So you move on to question number 224. Honorable Clementa Park. So many questions. Why?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a Busa man. When we come forcefully. Incidentally, the minister is a Gonja man. He knows what I mean. In any case, Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the quantity of rosewood impounded between 7th January 2017 and 7th January 2021, and how the impounded rosewood was disposed of, and any revenue realized from the disposal.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, in accordance with the highest standards of transparency and accountability, I will want to give the House the full data beginning from January 7th, 2013. Mr. Speaker, January 7th, 2013 to January 7th, 2017. Mr. Speaker, between January 7th, 2013 and January 7th, 2017, rosewood impounded by the Forestry Commission were given to the 13 companies that were granted salvage permits to process and export. Impounded rosewood was not separately accounted for, and thus there's no data to determine the actual volumes impounded. January 7, 2017 to January 7, 2021. Mr. Speaker, between January 7, 2017 and January 7, 2021, a total of 626 cubic meters of rosewood were impounded. All impounded rosewood species were disposed of by public auction, pursuant to court orders. A copy of one such court order from the High Court is attached to this answer. The total amount realized from these public auctions for the period under consideration is 8,100,000 181,707 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown is captured in Table 1, and I will want the Hansard to capture same. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate that the ministry has taken notice of the practice whereby some of these people who participate in the auction are complicit in the illegal harvesting of the confiscated wood. In the end, they get the same wood which they aided in its illegal harvesting and then export them under the cloak of legality. Accordingly, we have seized the issuance of Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES permit, and placed an outright ban on the export of rosewood effective 2nd July 2021. We know that the interest of the cartels involved in this business is the export of these woods. Thus, all confiscated rosewood will be auctioned for domestic use only, and no person will be permitted to export rosewood, whether acquired legally or otherwise. With these and other measures being put in place, we are confident that we will win the war against the illegal harvesting of rosewood. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, he has shown me the court orders, so after you distribute it to honorable members. So you may ask your supplementary question.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I continue to be amused by the minister's penchant to make references to a time period that was never captured in any of my questions. But be as it may I find out from the minister what other sanctions are meted out to those who possess illegal rosewood besides impoundments?
Minister, did you get the question? Yes, you may repeat the question, please.
The Speaker, simply put, what I'm asking the minister is this: what happens after the rosewood has been impounded from those who possess it, who are not entitled to possess it?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is a substantive question on this matter which I will very soon be answering. But suffice for me to state that such persons will be prosecuted in accordance with our laws. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is just for the sake of the records. The minister, in his responses, has been making references to harvesting. It is rather salvaging, because officially, permits are usually not issued for the harvesting.
Very well. So, is that the question?
No.
Well, so you've already collected the issue. So the minister will advert himself to that. So I guess you are okay with the questions.
Very well.
Then, yes, Honorable Member for the crew.
Right, Honorable Speaker, my good friend, the minister, earlier on stated that henceforth, rosewood seized will be donated to the National Cathedral. Yet in the answer he's given, he said it will be auctioned. Exactly what are you going to do with the seized rosewood? Are you going to auction some and give some to the National Cathedral, or auction all of them, or give some to the National Cathedral? Because once I say all the wood henceforth will be donated to the National Cathedral, just few minutes later, you are telling us you are going to auction them. Exactly what are you going to do with the rosewood? Can you tell us? Because the two answers are totally different. Yes. Yeah, I want to understand him. Are you auctioning them or donating them to the National Cathedral?
Minister, any clarification?
Mr. Speaker, the power to dispose of confiscated rosewood is vested in a minister. The minister then determines how the wood will be disposed of. The policy as it stands now, actually, generally, is that confiscated rosewood will be given to public institutions generally, beginning with the National Cathedral. Quite clearly, the volumes we have today, the National Cathedral will not need all of it. And so I've said it publicly several times that when we sit down with the National Cathedral and provide them with their needs, the remainder of the confiscated rosewood will determine how to use them. And perhaps the honorable member, I should bring it to his attention. It's important that we all appreciate that the major component of the fight against the harvesting of the rosewood is embedded in how they are disposed of. Not so much the ban on the harvesting, because if there's a ban on the harvesting and people know that they can harvest illegally, but there is a route through which they can clean or launder the wood up through auctions, they participate in the auctions and therefore get it clean. All they have to do is to factor the cost of acquiring the wood through this so-called public auction into their cost of doing business, and then the business goes on, which is why, for instance, the ban on the export of the rosewood, for me personally, is the most important measure we've taken so far, because the wood has no value here in Ghana. That's a fact. The wood has value in Europe. So if we're able to insist on the export of rosewood, take it from me, all things being equal, the industry will collapse. So be rest assured, we're going to do our best on this. Thank you.
Yes. Member for Sora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the minister mentioning that the confiscated rosewood will be used to facilitate the building of the National Cathedral. Is the National Cathedral our priority area regarding the number of schools that do not have furniture, the number of dilapidated schools that we have? Does the minister think we should rather use the rosewood to build National Cathedral before we think about building our schools, building furniture for our schools? That is my question.
So your question is
the National Cathedral our priority area? If we have to compare the number of children sitting on floors writing and building the National Cathedral, do we have to use the rosewood to build the National Cathedral and leave our classrooms empty?
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague unfortunately is engaging in arguments, and the Speaker, our orders frown on that. You ask a question, you ask a question. You don't start arguing your question that there is greater need for this here in your view, and so it should be applied here. You are being argumentative. And Order 67(1)(b) would not permit you to answer, to argue your case in the question form. The Speaker, in that regard, I invite you to rule that person out.
So you are not minded to answer the question. So let me go to Honorable Member for Prote.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to inquire from the Minister what measures he's putting in place to track and trace all confiscated wood to ensure that once it has been redistributed to whichever institutions, those at those places cannot in any way redistribute or sell those pieces of wood after they've been distributed. So what tracking or marking measures do you have in place to ensure that you can make sure that the particular wood that has been confiscated remains within the jurisdiction and is not used for any other purpose?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, one will reasonably assume that the kinds of institutions we are going to present these wood species to are largely responsible institutions. The National Cathedral, I, for the rest of my life, cannot ever contemplate how the National Cathedral will deal in Rosewood in an improper manner. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is a valid one, no two ways about it. I mean, for instance, if Parliament was involved in any construction or development and the ministry donated Rosewood to Parliament, I will comfortably assume conclusively that it will not be dealt in improperly. But nonetheless, whenever we donate Rosewood to institutions, we will also take it upon ourselves to have the institutions account for them. Because as I said earlier, the most important part of the regime of enforcement is to ensure that the wood does not eventually get into the hands of people who are already involved in the illegal harvesting of this wood. So I take your point, but I don't see how a situation like that will even arise. Thank you.
The last supplementary question, Honorable Member for Boko Central.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister, let me commend the Minister for taking a decision to ban outright the export of rosewoods. Being a former Minister for Environment, I think that's a very commendable decision. He indicated that it is of no value here. The value is in Europe or China or any other place where it is exported to. And in several of his questions, the question of comparative values has arisen. I want to find out from the Minister, how is the value that he has accounted for determined? Are you the one who, is it determined by government, the value of rosewood exported? Is it determined by government or determined by the sale price abroad? How is the value determined? We have regulations that say that 1 metric ton of rosewood is valued at X amount. Or is it the market value that determines, the market that determines the pricing of rosewood, given that this whole afternoon we've been accounting for the values of rosewood?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the general factors which determine the value of the wood is not different from the market forces which determine the value of any item, if you want. So if you sell rosewood in the open market, the value is determined by the market forces. But of course, as you know, Senior, that if it is through a public auction, the value is different. There you are doing for sale value and so on and so forth. So the value in the open market will definitely be different from the value in a public auction. So the figures I'm putting out here are actually figures which were determined by the market value, because these are salvage rosewood by companies which have been authorized, and so they salvage them, they export them, and they sell them at market value. But if I was to provide figures arising out of a public auction, you can imagine that the figures will be different, because there you are dealing with for sale value and the rest. Thank you.
Very well. I bring this particular question to a close. We move to question number 248. Honorable Champon, please. We have a lot to do. We move to question number 248. That stands in the name of a member for Okaikwe North, Ms. Teresa Ladi Awuni. Honorable, the Minister is here. Ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Forest, Natural Resources, what measures the Ministry is putting in place to fence Achimota Forest to reduce attacks by criminals on nearby residents.
And motorists.
And motorists, yes.
Good. Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, you may repeat your question. or has the minister sought himself out?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what measures the ministry is putting in place to fence the Achimota Forest to reduce attacks by criminals on nearby residents and motorists.
Very well. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, security in and around the Achimota Forest is of great concern to all. The ministry's response, however, is not to fence the forest, but to work with the security agencies to provide the needed security for the protection of the forest and the residents around it. Already, the Forestry Commission, which is responsible for the protection and management of forest reserves, has deployed a number of forest guards to permanently patrol the Achimota Forest to ward off encroachers and criminals. Additionally, the Achimota Police Station, situated within the peripheral portions of the forest reserve, patrols the area to provide protection against encroachers. The Forestry Commission provides logistical support, particularly the allocation of bicycles, motorbikes, and vehicle repairs to the police station to augment security in and around the Achimota Forest Reserve. Let me add, Mr. Speaker, that the ministry is currently examining whether the forest reserve in its current state is fit for purpose. We are looking for proposals for developing the forest into the likes of the Central Park in New York or Hyde Park in London to give a facelift to the forest whilst preserving its ecological integrity. This will also give further protection to the forest and residents near it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have been in constant touch with Achimota Police concerning the security around the forest area. The minister, in his response, stated that the ministry has provided logistics, motorbikes, and other equipment to the Achimota Police. I want to say on authority that the Achimota Police has received only 2 motorbikes, and it is inadequate for them to patrol the whole area. Can the minister tell this honorable house when the logistics provision to the police was made and the deployment of the guards started? And are they day guards or night patrols?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is quite right that the logistical requirements of the police ought to be enhanced, and I want to assure her that we will do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any further question?
Right, Honorable Speaker. My question was not answered, but I'll move on. Mr. Minister, are you aware that the forest area has become a crime zone because it's not fenced? And will you consider brightening up the area with street lights to serve as a measure of curbing nefarious activities in and around the forest area?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that will sound like a good proposal by the honorable member, except that I will have to speak to the experts, the Forestry Commission experts, and be satisfied that the provision of street lights will not disturb the ecological integrity of the forest reserve. I have to find out from them. But if I was to get a favorable response from the Forestry Commission, if I was to be properly advised by the experts, honorable member, Mr. Speaker, I think that would be a proposal that I will take a critical look at. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, that's your last question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Since the ministry is considering giving the facelift, will it also consider that residents around the Achimota Forest area are protected, and it can only be done if the forest is fenced? My question is that the Achimota police are scared that they themselves, their lives are in danger. Quite recently, somebody was killed at the Achimota Forest and thrown down on the streets. It's because the criminals can have easy access into the forest. So whatever they do on the streets, they run right into the forest and hide. So would the minister give us assurance that this consideration that he's going to think about, he will speed up on it? Because on the main street, I don't think lightning on the main street would have any effect on the ecological environment. Thank you.
This is not a question, so it's just a complimentary. So, okay.
I asked if he would assure us, Honourable
Minister,
Speaker.
give us an assurance.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the passion of the Honourable Member, and I share in the sentiments that he's expressed. Whatever has to be done to ensure that that enclave does not become a safe haven for criminals, I think it is the responsibility of myself, working with my colleagues, to ensure that. And I want to assure her forcefully that between my ministry, the Ministry of Interior, and the Ministry of National Security, whatever measures are required to protect the Achimota Forest and not make it a safe haven, we will do so. But finally, Mr. Speaker, eventually and ultimately, the solution to the Achimota Forest is to have a plan by the state to convert the Achimota Forest into a proper eco-tourism park, which will be befitting of our national capital. The Achimota Forest has been what it is for years, and I think it has come to the time where government, working with other stakeholders, need to develop the Achimota Forest into like Hyde Park of London or Central Park of New York, and so that it becomes a proper ecological park. It is a big undertaking. It's going to take a lot of investment. It's going to take a lot of work, but we are determined to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Champon, you still want to ask question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to find out from the minister if he is aware that there are Biafra fighters in the Achimota Forest as we speak. Biafra fighters. Because it was in the news last week that they hold their meetings in the forest, and then they have some activities going on in the Achimota Forest. So if it has come to his notice, Biafra from Nigeria.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I am not aware that Biafra fighters from Nigeria hold their meetings in the Achimota Forest. But Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I doubt this claim. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Ayumi.
Provided by the minister a while ago, he was quite emphatic about the decision to improve on the forest into the various parts mentioned. But then in his answer, as contained in the other paper, it remains a proposal. And so you're not looking into it. So how do you reconcile the two statements? Because you were quite emphatic that that is the way to go, or that is what the ministry intends, and therefore the investment portfolio and level and all that. But then it appears in your answer, it is an option to look at. And so it is quite difficult to reconcile the two. What is the
plan of the ministry going forward in maybe converting the park into the park you have just mentioned?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the plan or the goal to develop the Achimota Forest into an ecotourism park precedes the Akufo-Addo administration. It began as far back as President Kufuor's administration. It's traveled through President Mills, and a lot of work has been done already. A lot of efforts have been put into it. That is the intention. And indeed, I should say that it is the right path to go. The right way to go is if we're able to develop it into an ecotourism park. But as you will know, Honorable Member, that kind of intervention requires a lot of capital investment, and it requires the private sector's participation. And therefore, it takes some work. We've begun that work, and we will need the support of the House so that hopefully in the not too distant future, we can turn the Achimota Forest into a proper theme park where the MP can go and read some books. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member
Mr. Speaker, just to let the Minister be aware that indeed the Biafra separatist group, maybe my colleague didn't put it well, the separatist group hold their meetings there, and there are videos to that effect. No, they were, yeah, it's a fact. They were on TV3. People accosted them, and they felt that they were being threatened. They came on air, wearing T-shirts with inscription, Biafra, written on it, and they were boldly, before the cameras, telling the people of Ghana that they are not criminals and that they just hold meetings there, and they are interested in, they are only fighting for the establishment of the Biafra state, and they hold the meetings there. So it is secessionist group, not the voter. I mean, this one. No, this is from Nigeria. This is not from voter.
So now, but the question, please.
So it is. The question is. It is not a question. I'm giving you information. And I'm
anyway,
yes.
well noted. Your information is well noted. Yes, Honorable Member Fada. That's the last question I'm admitting for this particular session.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after Honorable Nadi has asked the question, which is dear to all of us, our hearts, because of security around that area, the Minister has given assurance to work on it. Mr. Speaker, we have the Government Assurance Committee. We will refer it to the Assurance Committee so that they all work hand in hand to make sure they deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so many assurances has been made. This one alone, you want it to be given to government assurance. Anyway, we move to question number 249. That stands the name of Honorable Nelson Dafiamapo. But Honorable Member, I think this question has been asked severally. This particular question.
Mr. Speaker,
is that also?
What I asked in the past was in respect of my people in Southern, and the impression was that they had been paid. So I was informed to ask in respect of all the outstandings, and the information provided today is very, very instructive.
Okay, you go ahead with your question.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. What's the status of payment of compensation to landowners who lost their lands during the construction of the Kusum Buddha late in the 1950s? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the payment of compensation to landowners who have been affected by the development of the Kusum Dam is governed by the Land Act 2020, Act 1036, and Section 28 of the Voter, and Section 28 of the Volta River Development Act 1961, Act 46, as variously amended. Records for the payment of compensation to these people are dispersed between the Lands Commission and the Volta River Authority. Mr. Speaker, records available to the Lands Commission show that Mr. Speaker, records available to the Lands Commission show that after the said takeover of the land, some landowners received compensation whilst others did not, due to the conflicting claims of these lands. Mr. Speaker, in 2008, the government of His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor approved an amount of 198 million Ghana cedis for the payment of outstanding compensation to owners of these lands. In the year 2015, however, the Commission of Inquiry into Payments from Public Funds arising from judgment debts and Akin issues, appointed under CI 79 of 2012, found that some people made fraudulent claims for compensation and recommended that government suspend payment of compensation and undertake a survey work of the whole Volta Basin to ascertain the actual size and value of the lands affected by this exercise. By a white paper issued in November 2015, the then Mahama government accepted these recommendations and directed the suspension of the payment of compensation. Pursuant to this instruction, the payment of all outstanding claims was suspended. The Lands Commission is currently working with the Volta River Authority to ascertain the exact number of claims that have been honored and those outstanding, to streamline the payment of compensation. The honorable member and persons connected to this matter should be rest assured of our commitment to follow up on this issue with a view of bringing closure to all outstanding issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Honorable member, in view of the fact that this question has been asked and asked even before your entrance into this particular chamber, my records tells me that it has been asked severally. So I will limit you to only 2 supplementary questions and no other person will be allowed to ask.
Mr. Speaker, I am guided. Good. But Mr. Speaker, this is a very vexed matter in my constituency. Very, 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 very serious matter. It's very emotional. The people are very emotional about it. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that today the ministers, as part of the minister's answer, it has emerged that the government stopped the payments as a result of the fact that they have directed that a detailed plan of the acreage involved in the deluge be done. May I find out from the minister whether VRA has actually, and in conjunction with the Lands Commission, whether they have really determined the size of the land that has been affected, as contained in paragraph 3 of his answer.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member sought an answer on the status of payment of compensation to landowners. And, Mr. Speaker, quite clearly, I've attempted to give him the status of compensation, payment of compensation to landowners. The matter as to whether the Volta River Authority and the Lands Commission they've determined the acreage and so on. So that could not have reasonably come into my contemplation, because the question that was posed was in relation to the status of payment paid, status of payment of compensations, and that is exactly the answer I've given. So what I would plead with the honorable member is that we can work together, and I'll provide you with that kind of information for you to be able to brief members of your constituency. But I don't see how I can answer a question like this, respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, yes. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, this is what the minister said in paragraph 3 of his answer. In fact, as part of that paragraph, it says in 2015, however, the Commission of Inquiry into payments from public funds arising from judgment debts and Akin matters appointed under CI 79 of 2012 found that some people made fraudulent claims for compensation and recommended that government suspends payment of compensation and undertake a survey with the whole survey of the whole water basin to ascertain the actual size and value of the lands affected by the dam. So, Mr. Speaker, when you tell this to Parliament, I am obliged, as the sponsor of the question, to find out whether the recommendations, which his own answer says that has been accepted by government, whether VRA, in conjunction with Lands Commission, took the further step to actually map out, because it says the actual size and value of the land, because it is based on this that further compensation can be proceeded with.
So, ask the question.
So the question is that whether that recommendation, as accepted by government, has been carried out to generate a new map and value of the lands affected for purposes of compensation payments.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, the honorable member is very right that indeed and in fact, pursuant to CI 79 of 2012, the Commission of Inquiry recommended the suspension of the payment of compensation. And further to that, in November 2015, the then Mahama government indeed proceeded to suspend those compensations. So since then, compensations have not been paid after the suspension in November 2015. Mr. Speaker, but on the specific question, if I may respectfully refer the House to page 11 of the addendum, paragraph 4, where I stated in my answer that pursuant to this directive, the payment of all outstanding claims was suspended. The Lands Commission is currently working with the Volta River Authority to ascertain the exact number of claims that have been honored and those outstanding to streamline the payment of compensation, end quote. You cannot determine the claims that have been honored and those outstanding if you do not have the acreage. The Speaker, so clearly the answer I have provided indicates that work is being done and a lot more work ought to be done. So that's the answer. There's really no difficulty about it. Thank you.
Honorable Yomi, are you close to that part of the? Okay, then I'll admit your question. But Honorable Taylor, you are not close to that.
No.
So Honorable Yomi is the last person I'm giving you this opportunity.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Yomi,
This
go ahead.
matter is of utmost interest to a good number of people, especially those communities living by the river, stretching from the uppermost river downstream to the estuary, because the construction of the river, the dam actually affected many of these communities. My question to the minister is that we will be interested in knowing the actual size as determined, so as to really come back with other questions, if possible, or make a follow-up to the ministry, because it's very important. This is a matter that, in fact, I must thank the sponsor of the question and then your answers, and to find out whether you do have that now to finish us, whether you can tell us the stretch, including the communities within my constituency. Yes, the new map. Yes,
Very well.
Saying that.
Yes, Honorable Taladi. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will work to immediately provide the House with this information. Thank you.
Honorable Taladi, fine. Yes.
It is because of that
my people are even resisting payment of electricity bills because we have been highly affected. Mr. Speaker, I just want to know when they said, map, when they were commissioned, to come up with a map, were they giving timelines? After, falling out from the white paper, you said in your answer that the BRA is doing something to come up with a map. My question is when? Have you given them some timelines? When were they commissioned and when do you expect, the map to be ready? Oh, please.
Minister, have you gotten the question? Have you gotten the question? Okay, very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated at page 11, paragraph 5 of my answer to the House, the Volta River Authority and the Lands Commission are working assiduously in order to bring closure to this matter. I want to assure the sponsor of the question and the honorable members who have such deep and strong interest in this particular matter that we will work together, and I'm very happy to probably even have an occasion to sit down with you and for us to collaborate and to see how we can resolve this matter. I will be reluctant to say 1 month, 2 months, because that would be an uninformed assurance. But be rest assured that I'm prepared to work with you and other stakeholders so that we can bring closure to this important matter. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. So we move to question number 357. Honorable Member for Kita.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to beg leave of you to ask the question on behalf of the honorable member whose permission I have.
Very well, go ahead.
I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the laid down processes or procedures to be followed when Rosewood is confiscated.
The same Rosewood? But he is a member for Kita. What has he got to do with Rosewood? Anyway, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm almost becoming the Minister for Rosewood. Mr. Speaker, the Timber Resources Management Act 1998, Act 547, and the Timber Resources Management and Legality Licensing Regulations 2017, LI 2254, prohibits the harvesting and or dealing in timber, including rosewood, without a timber right, permit, or license issued for that purpose. Although rosewood is listed under Appendix 2 of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES, which means it cannot be traded subject to regulations. The government has since the year 2019 placed a ban on the issuance of salvage permits for rosewood. Accordingly, the harvesting, transportation, and exporting of rosewood remains illegal. Mr. Speaker, the law provides 2 steps for dealing with seized timber, which includes the wood. I, illegally harvested or trading in timber. First, Mr. Speaker, when a person is arrested for harvesting or dealing in rosewood illegally, the rosewood is seized or impounded by the Forestry Commission. The person is then prosecuted. When prosecution is successful, the procedure for dealing with the rosewood is provided by Section 17(3) of Act 547. Under the provision, where the court convicts a person for illegally dealing in rosewood, the court shall make an order for the confiscation and sale of the wood. The sale is done by public auction. Mr. Speaker, in sum, the procedure is as follows. 1. Arrest and seizure of the rosewood. 2. Prosecution of the person arrested. 3. When the person is found guilty, the court orders for the confiscation and sale of the wood. And 4, sale of the wood by public auction. Abandoned Rosewood. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 28 of LI 2254 lays down the procedure for the disposal of any abandoned timber where no arrests are made. Under this regulation, the Chief Executive Officer of the Forestry Commission or any public officer authorized by the Commission may seize and dispose of any abandoned timber. The procedure for such disposal is as follows. 1. An inspection officer who seizes abandoned timber is required to label the timber and report the seizure to the nearest Forestry Commission office within 24 hours of the seizure. 2. The Chief Executive Officer of the Commission may then permit a logger or timber processing company registered with the Commission to remove such timber. 3. If the Commission decides to sell the timber, the Commission must give 14 days notice of its intention to sell in the locality where the timber was seized by posting a notice at the district office of the Commission and the district assembly of the locality. And 4, if no one lays claim to the wood at the expiration of the 14 days, the Commission notifies the police and then the wood is sold. Mr. Speaker, this is the laid down procedure for disposing confiscated rosewood. I thank you for your attention.
Very well. Honorable Sam George, I believe the orders given you did not include supplementary questions.
Right, Honorable Speaker, because the answer is already provided in the order paper, the Honorable Member has had benefit to read and has given me supplementary questions to ask. Just to
go ahead.
Thank you. Based on the answer provided, is it to conclude that anybody arrested for illegally harvested rosewood only suffers the confiscation of the rosewood and there is no fine or imprisonment for the person?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Sam George is a very good friend of mine. Unfortunately, on this occasion, he wasn't listening to me. Page 6 of my answer, I said, and I quote, in sum, the procedure is as follows. Arrest and seizure of the rosewood. 2, prosecution of the person arrested. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister is my good friend. It appears he wasn't listening to my question. The question is, when the person is prosecuted, what is the punishment meted out? Is it incarceration? Is it a fine? Or is it only seizure of the rosewood? That's what we're asking. And again, I'm asking the question. He's not listening. He's paying attention to the majority leader who is coaching him.
Honorable, no.
The question.
No. Your duty is to ask the question.
So the question is, when the person is prosecuted, what is the punishment? Is it incarceration? Is it a fine? Or is it only the seizure of the wood?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when an accused person is prosecuted, the prosecutorial powers are vested in the state. The conviction, sentencing, and punishment is in the bosom of the judge, the court. It's in the bosom of the judge of the court, guided by the laws made of this house. So that is not a prescription. The punishment, Mr. Speaker, the punishment to be prescribed or meted out is not a matter for the minister to determine. It is the judge who will determine whether a fine, whether a sentence, a custodial sentence, or both, to borrow your words. That is not for the minister to determine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. But Honorable, his answer is right. The judge will just make the pronouncement based on the act that you pass here. So,
My last supplementary. Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out from the Honorable Minister, my good friend, that as Minister responsible for oversight of Act 547, which will regulate the punishment that the judge rests in the bosom of the judge rightfully as he's put, what does the Act say is the punishment regime?
The question is turned down. Don't worry. Yes, let me give the last question to Honorable Member for Kolikoti.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to inquire from the Minister whether, given the sensitivity of this issue of Rosewood, his ministry will perhaps collaborate with the Atomic Energy Agency to look at ways of tracking the various trees to their specific locations so that when the logs are recovered at any point, they can be traced to where they came from, and subsequently, if there's misuse of the logs, that can also be traced.
Honorable, may you ask the question again?
I'm just inquiring about whether the Minister will consider partnering with the Atomic Energy to find a way of tracing the trees to their origin, so that subsequently, if any illegal logs are discovered or the logs are sold or auctioned, these samples can be traced to the particular origin where they are, so that you know exactly where each plant where it's been located and where it's ended up.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will probably have a conversation with the honourable member, my good friend, the MP for Kolikoti, after this session, to get a better understanding of the contours of the question is posed, because I'm struggling to appreciate how atomic energy comes in and how atomic energy can assist us to be able to track wood. But I'll have a conversation with her. But suffice for me to point out that, Mr. Speaker, there is already a wood tracking system in Ghana. The Forestry Commission has a very elaborate, robust wood tracking system. But as always, there's room for enhancement, and therefore, if we can work out further arrangements and mechanisms which will ensure that the tracking regime is one that is sharpened, I will be very happy to hear from her. But clearly, we are determined to deploy all the measures and tools which are required to be able to track issue to do with this wood. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Now you move to the last question for the day. That stands the name for member for Sisala West, Honorable Adam Mohammed. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the total number of seedlings procured and distributed by the state on Green Ghana Day, and at what cost? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Green Ghana Day is one of the measures we have taken to restore the lost forest cover of our dear country. On June 11, 2021, the Green Ghana Day, which marked the beginning of this long-term scheme, Ghanaians as well as foreign nationals living in Ghana joined His Excellency the President and other officials, including Mr. Speaker, to plant over 5 million trees across the country. Mr. Speaker, prior to this day, the Forestry Commission produced a total of 1,010,000 seedlings from the nurseries of the Forest Services Division, and 600,000 seedlings were received in the form of donations. Since the target was to plant a minimum of 5 million trees, the Commission had to purchase additional seedlings to ensure the availability of seedlings for planting. A total of 5,408,534 seedlings were procured at a cost of 12,796,700 615 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown is as follows. Procured seedlings, quantity, procured seedlings, quantity, unit price, cost, fruit, tree, and ornamentals, cashew, 190,099, unit price. Okay, Mr. Speaker, Hansa should capture it as part of my answer, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, I seek leave for that. Mr. Speaker, the National Planning Committee, chaired by Honorable Benito Owusubio, Member of Parliament for Achimota North Constituency and Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, is almost done with its report, and at the appropriate time, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, the committee will hold a press conference and report to the nation on this important national exercise. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to respectfully implore on all who planted trees on the Green Ghana Day, including members of this august House, to continue to nurture the trees to maturity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable.
Thank you,
Do you have any further question?
Yes, right.
It's an elaborate answer.
Yes, I have some few questions, sir.
You have submitted questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, may I ask the Minister what procurement process was used to obtain these seedlings?
Honorable Member, I will disallow this question. And you should appreciate it. You should appreciate it. The Minister was brought here to answer questions about the seedlings and procurement and those kind of things is another thing. If you want to ask the Minister to answer that question, file a separate question and the Minister will be obliged to come here and answer the question. Any other question?
Yes, I have some few other questions. Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Minister what measures have been put in place to ensure that the seedlings planted in place, what measures have been put in place to ensure that the seedlings planted flourish and not winter and die off? Winter and die off.
The Minister has already asked even members here to implore us to keep on nurturing them. Anyway, Minister, come and answer, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have said it on countless occasions that we have a very comprehensive strategy. So do we have a monitoring and evaluation committee headed by Honorable Benito. And indeed, the committee has been working day after day. And in due course, I believe sometime on the 11th of August or so, they are scheduled to hold a press conference to update the country on the measures we put in place, how far we've come. The Speaker, I should add that from the outset, I stated that the planting of the trees is just one part of the equation. If we fail to nurture the trees, we probably shouldn't have planted the trees in the first place. Now, the Honourable Member has a big responsibility himself as a Member of Parliament, which is why I've always craved the indulgence of this House to support us. We all have constituencies, so let us be involved and to mobilize our constituents to nurture the trees so that the trees will grow and grow well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sister, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, if you can kindly listen to my question. Have you been able to plant all the 7,018,534 seedlings? Oh, have you?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all the seedlings procured were distributed across the country, and they were planted. And indeed, arising out of the enthusiasm and the euphoria of the Ghanaian people, members of parliament, your leadership helped in mobilizing your constituents. And the Ghanaian people embraced this concept so well. A lot of people planted trees which have not even been accounted for. And therefore, I will submit, even though without a scientific basis for it, that we most definitely exceeded the 7 million. We planted more than that. The Speaker, the majority leader and the Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs has just been telling me that perhaps the Green Ghana Day should be a quarterly affair and not a yearly affair. So where we find ourselves is for all of us to work together and all of us to be committed so that the objectives we set for ourselves, that the 7 million trees are nurtured to maturity, will be achieved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, no information. Information, when you cross, you can pass on the information, leader. No, if you've exhausted your time. Majority leader, may I give me 1 or 2? Yes, honorable member for Qualiquity.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to inquire from the Minister whether the 7 million trees were geotagged in order for us to follow up over the years the exact location of these trees.
Honorable member, come again.
Geotagging, which is a method using technology to make sure you have the GPS location, not post office, the actual GPS location, global positioning system of the trees, so that we can follow up on the locations of the various trees that have been planted as part of the accountability and transparency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is our first attempt at making this intervention. And therefore, the technology and the intervention that the Honourable Member is proposing is a good one. We are all very familiar with it, and we know about the positive impact it can make. But at this stage, we obviously do not even have the required funding to be able to do that. We have not been able to piece the thoughts together and the proposals together to be able to take that step. I agree with you. In future, we will look at that. The J.J. Rollins Foundation is very much involved in the planting of trees. Perhaps they should set the pace and we'll follow. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister related to something that he may want to do. And I believe that he may have to commit to doing that. Because the Speaker, as his deputy, is aware of, over a period of 100 years, we have destroyed over 8 million hectares of our forest cover, which 80%. Meant that, Mr. Speaker, we've destroyed over 800 million trees. Now, this attempt to regreen Ghana, planting 7 million a year, if we go by that, it's going to take us about 110 years to get to the status quo. So if the minister could have a policy for us as a nation to do that on quarterly basis, at least if we are able to do the 7 million per day, if we do so 4 times in a year, at least we would have planted 28 million trees. And at least if we are able to sustain them and perhaps assure ourselves that a minimum of about 20 million will do well, then we'll be making some progress. Otherwise, I find this too cosmetic with respect to the minister, even though it's a good initiative. So would he commit that we don't space out as we are doing, and that we do it every quarter. Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Minister, this is just a, it was just, this is not a person. Or you still want to pass over? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that I crave your indulgence to make a quick point on this. The Honorable Majority Leader, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, is absolutely right in his analysis. That is the way we should go. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, who is a very senior and distinguished member of the Cabinet, is also fully aware that under the instructions of President Akufo-Addo, a plan and a report is actually being prepared to be presented to Cabinet, the next Cabinet, about the measures required to put our country on a path of aggressive afforestation. Mr. Speaker, the statistics and the information relating to our forest cover is actually not being told fully. If it's told fully, it's alarming. The northern part of our country, for instance, is almost literally degraded completely. Share trees, which are a seasonal industry for the women of northern Ghana. My mother, my grandmother, I saw them being involved in the share industry. This year, the Member of Parliament for Bole will attest to it. This year, the share industry is collapsed. There are just too few share trees left for them to be able to get enough share nuts to engage in even the basic rudimentary share industry. So it's an alarming problem we have. It's a very huge problem. And all I will say is that I agree fully with the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, and we hope that out of the deliberations of the Cabinet, we can, as is indicated, come up with a workable policy beyond the Green Ghana, which will get us to restore the forest cover of this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. You've been here to answer 7 separate questions. We are thankful to you. You are hereby discharged. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Please.
Mr. Speaker, my attention is being drawn to page 5 of the other paper, the original other paper, the presentation and first reading of bills.
Can I say?
Honorable members, presentation and first reading of bills. Page 5, item number 9. We will start with 9B. Honorable member for Achimota. Is he not on? Yes.
Speaker, I'll seek your leave since the member is not available and do it on his behalf.
An act to amend the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act 2017, Act 959, to accord with Article 8(2) of the 1992 Constitution.
Honourable members, the bill is read for the first time. It's referred to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report. We move to C. Standing in the name of Honorable Kwame Animedu Entry, MP for Santia King Central, and Bernard Ahiafo, MP for Akachi South.
An act to amend the Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29, to decriminalize attempted suicide and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read for the first time and referred to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report. We move to D. That stands in the name of Honorable Samuel Nati George, MP for Ningo Pram Pram, Honorable Dera Adjoa-Soa, MP for Pandu, Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejura, MP for Ho West, Honorable Reverend John Intim Fojo, MP for Asen South, Honorable Alasan Saibu Suhini, MP for Tamil North, Honorable Retana Odole Soa, MP for Dade Kutupon, Honorable Heron Adwa Intoso, MP for Karachi West, and Honorable Roxanne Nelson Echekwame Dafiamapo, MP for South Dai.
An act to provide for proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values, proscribe LGBTQ+ and related activity, proscribe propaganda of advocacy for or promotion of LGBTQIAAP+ and related activities, provide for the protection of and support for children, persons who are victims or accused of LGBTQIAAP+ and related activities, and other persons and related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read for the first time and is referred to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I think we've done quite well today. And I guess we can take a well-earned adjournment. But the moment we speak, the Speaker, as I was saying, I believe we've earned a well-deserved adjournment for today to reconvene tomorrow at 10 in the morning. And we conclude the deliberations on the media review. And if there are any other matters, we could attend to them. And then we may take a suspension for about an hour and reconvene at 2 o'clock to receive the President of Angola, who will be addressing the House tomorrow. So the Speaker will entreat all of us, including those of us who are not here, to be on time tomorrow to receive the President who would address this House tomorrow. The Speaker is approaching 6 o'clock in the evening, long past our usual time of adjournment. So we may not need any motion for adjournment.
Speaker, just to concur with the leader and to urge colleagues to be punctual and be on time, and probably even that dress as parliamentarians so that we accord the President the needed respect, since it's a reciprocal gesture that he accorded our President. And then myself and the leader will bring conclusion to the debate on the media review of the budget statement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, we are called upon to be punctual. You know, from tomorrow up to Friday, we have a lot to do. So let's try to be punctual so that we'll be able to do the rest of the business that are confronting us. So on that note, this House is accordingly adjourned till tomorrow, Tuesday, the 3rd of August, 2021, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I repeat, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.